Good evening and welcome to the Township of Woolwich Special Council Budget Meeting on January 19th, 2023. We are now live on YouTube and I will start with roll call of council. I'm Mayor Shantz and present and chairing this meeting, Councillor Bryant.
Present.
Councillor Burgess.
Present.
Recording in progress.
Councillor Cadeau.
Present.
Councillor Grant. And we saw
Sorry, present.
and Councillor Schwint.
Present.
Thank you. I acknowledge the land on which we live has been here from time immemorial, as have the Indigenous people that have lived here and do live here. I thank the Shinantan, also called Attawaddaron, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee people who have lived here and cared for this land and who continue to share and steward this land with us. May we together learn to care for each other, our flora and fauna, and the land that sustains us. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, this evening we have one delegation. Before we go to the delegation, I have some instructions that I have to read to you. You have a maximum of 7 minutes to speak unless Councillor Clerk has set a different time. There'll be a timer on the screen and you'll hear a warning when you have 1 minute and then again when your time is up. Once you're finished, please wait for questions of clarification from council. And these instructions are for people online and you're joining us here. So when we're finished, you can sit back down and you're welcome to stay for the whole evening if you want or leave at that point. So with that, I welcome John Clay, Chair of the Downtown Elmira Business Improvement Area. He has a funding request for council. Appropriate timing. Welcome, Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mayor Sean, through you, staff members, council members that aren't familiar to me at this point, but this podium is a little bit. I'm happy to be here and thankful that you guys have allowed me to come here tonight to make a couple of requests. Normally I'm here speaking about our entire budget, but for these two specific requests, I would like to just give a brief synopsis of the community improvement plan that the BIA took on in 2019, completed that year, and the funding that we've put towards different projects within the downtown community since that time. We usually budget about $10,000 to $15,000 per year, and there has been over $75,000 worth of business involvement to date to take advantage of those funds to improve certain parts of their storefront, signage, and this year we're adding accessibility to that as well too. Some of the history of the CIP was the thought that usually, as you may know, this is something that would be brought up by city council or township for a community improvement plan to be started. But we wanted to try and kickstart the investment in the infrastructure of downtown, the involvement of the businesses and the ability for them to get back some of the money that they pay into the levy to use for their storefronts and other parts of the CIP. So this lovely large document was created back then at a small price tag of about $30,000 at the BIA for. To continue to use this as a tool by which we can help the businesses continue to reinvest in their business in the downtown in general. Our requests from council tonight, we have two streams that we're taking out of the CIP, and if you do have a chance to peruse that lovely document, I would encourage you. The implementation tools are mainly the leadership plans that are in the third section. But the facade improvement grant and signage grant is one that we have used every year. We usually set up the parameters as 33% of a $5,000 with the $5,000 maximum budget. So if the project was $10,000, we would reimburse them for $3,300. But we will go as much as $5,000. The proposed budget that our BIA is allowing for that program is $14,000. A new one that we're offering this year is the accessibility grant part of the CIP. And that one is suggested within the confines of the CIP is a maximum of $2,000, but 50% of the total project. And we're proposing to put $6,000 towards that. We're requesting to council that $10,000 be added to our $10,000 of investment, such that we have a $20,000 total budget line for this CIP improvement plan. Downtown greening, it's been a contentious subject for the last few years, especially since the most of the trees were taken down in roughly 2015. There was discussion, I believe, even at the time, because that's sort of when I was just coming into town with our business at SOS Physiotherapy around 2015, that there were going to be more trees put up. Unfortunately, that nothing has really happened to this point. So you can see in the side of one of those pictures, the remains of a couple of the ash trees that were there. But there's a good section of the downtown that is now looking very concrete with a lack of greening at all. We recognize that there is potential for the core development project when Arthur Street is reconstructed. But until that time, there is no plan that I am aware of or that we are aware of that proposes to put any sort of greening or trees downtown. Yes, we should be responsible for flower baskets and some of the planters, et cetera, but we are looking at a budget of over and above what is sustainable for our budget. We spent over $30,000 last year, normally, which is around 10 or 11 to do the hanging baskets, watering, et cetera. As well as some of the bigger planters. And this year we put 10 new concrete planters in the downtown. The ongoing budget for this is this equals almost a third of what our income comes in for our BIA from levy and the $10,000 that we received from Walmart. And that's why we have this ask and this suggestion. The Arthur Street reconstruction is postponed yet again. We're not sure when that's going to be happening. So any chance for trees with cells being put under the concrete is still several years away at best. And from talking with local businesses, from previous surveys that we've done, we even when the urban development project and planning was done, greening for the downtown was one of the key priorities for the public and the businesses. Baskets, I'm going to move this just out of the way a little bit. We have the baskets and large planters. We have Mill Street beautification that we continue to add to the 10 new concrete planters that we paid for last year. And we are investigating still the possibility of putting some sort of smaller trees that would stay through the winter in a few of the large planters that are in the downtown. Our budget that we estimated for this year is a minimum of $26,000 just to plant the things that I was discussing. And so our request to council is for $20,000 for this. And it seems like a big ask, but we are going to need to pull from our surplus this year to manage the planting that we would like to do to keep the downtown green. And we are asking for some support in that regard. And that's all I have. I'm not sure if I was over time or not, or what 7 minutes looks like, but if there's any questions or comments, I would be open to that at this time.
I didn't see the timer, but I think you were
Good.
fine.
I didn't either, so.
It felt like it was fine. Questions? Councillor Schwint?
Thanks.
And then Councillor Cadoa.
Definitely downtown looks better with more beautification. Just wondering, this proposed budget, does it include capital things that will be ongoing, or do you anticipate the same cost next year and the year after for planning purposes?
This alone, that budget that we have there is purely for planning, one replanting for the 10 box plant, 10 small ones, 6 large ones, watering, maintenance of all those planters through the year alone. None of that includes any further infrastructure. So this is an ongoing expense that we are hopefully looking to have help with on an ongoing basis. We see it as a priority, so we've made it a big budgetary item. And as our favorite economic and tourism development officer, Jenna, has always helped us with, the grants are hopefully available that we can access as well too. But those are changing from year to year. So we are not sure if we're going to be able to procure extra funds than what we can pull out of our, I will say, meager income from the levy.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the delegate, I'm just wondering the $10,000 for the facade and accessibility, about how many businesses would that help throughout the year? And like, is there a process for identifying the need and who would be granted access to those funds? Can you help me understand that process?
Yeah, there's a small committee that's formed each year. We have an application process that's already set in place. And the businesses are made aware of what streams are available. I think there was as many as 5 or 6 businesses in the first year where we spent around $15,000. Last year there was 3, and it all depends on how much they would like. There's only been a couple of times where they've actually come up and reached the maximum of 5,000. So that's how we can space out the amount that we're speaking to there in 14 for say facade improvement to allow for several businesses to access some of those funds. Bigger projects and they want to try and access the whole amount of funds, 5,000. We're more than happy to pay it because that's the type of investment that we want to see. There's a variety of inclusionary criterion for that application process. And if there are more applications than we have funding for, then it comes on a needs basis. Have they done a accepted grant money before? What are sort of the strategic components of their facade improvement or accessibility this year that would make their application more suitable than others?
Other question. Oh, sorry.
Well,
Do you have-
if I have the floor, I'll just follow up with more a comment, and that's, thank you for the work that the BIA does downtown Elmira and making that place a little bit more welcoming with the loss of some of the greenery that we've seen. So I do just want to kind of extend my thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there other questions? I'm wondering, so the ongoing maintenance of the planters and that piece, that would be carrying on year after year. So are you asking to have that added to the levy? Because generally we approve whatever you ask for through the levy. And if the businesses are asking for that, then can you kind of speak to that?
Yes. The levy increase that was in how many year? Would have been 2016 or 2017, shortly after I came in. Going to number 3. Am I running out of these on batteries that I'm exhausting? I mean, I know I talk a lot, but
personality.
We've had a levy increase already. That conversation hasn't gone untouched in that we are maybe at the point where we need to ask again. It's not happening this year and maybe not next, considering it was, I want to say roughly 5 years ago that it was done. Long term, I think that is a solution. But for right now, we don't have the funds to sustain this type of greening over a 3 and 4 year process. I think it's something that the board, as it resets this year on the 4 years, will look into, but it's not an immediate topic of conversation, considering that the businesses feel that we don't necessarily do an outstanding job with the money that we're given anyways.
Understood.
Okay.
Councillor Schwint.
Through you, Mayor Shawn, so this may be for staff, but I'm wondering if there's any opportunity for the township to provide some in-kind services when it comes to watering, since we're watering trees anyway, or the planters?
Tom? Yeah, Mr. Vanderhoff?
I'll turn my camera on. Just give me a second here. Through you, Marisha. I'm not sure that I have an answer today. I would need to discuss with staff. Maybe that's something we could do. As I had communicated through our presentation, the addition of our watering trailer will allow us to increase our watering in parks. This isn't something that we had considered working into that. So I guess based on resources and staff time, it would be, whether this is something that we're able to help out with, or maybe where we continue with our trees throughout the parks. And I see David would like to add to that as well too, possibly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to council. The other thing, as Thomas was talking, that I think we always have to factor in, or would ask council to factor in, is that we have the Elmira BIA and we have the St. Jacobs BIA. And so, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think we're watering in St. Jacobs BIA, but this is a request from the Elmira BIA. So, would you have a different standard in terms of service delivery for one over the other? Would you even be comfortable with that? Because of the difference. So something that would have to be considered.
The St. Jacobs levy is considerably higher than the Elmira levy right now too. They operate independently and have a different visions perhaps. Yeah. Are there other questions for Mr. Clay before we carry on? No, I'm not seeing any more. Okay, thank you. We will take this into consideration through the budget process.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions for staff before we move on that item? No, okay. Then we will move on to our budget presentation and deliberation. I will start by saying thank you to everyone for the good discussion and questions to date, and another thank you to staff for the work you've done and the information that you've synthesized over the last 2 weeks from our conversations. This is a difficult time with cost of living increases affecting residents, businesses, and townships alike. So tonight we need to wrestle with the asks that have been made from staff as they strive to operate and grow the township, and sort of meld that with residents' wishes and legislation requests. I also want to help us remember that we need to figure out how we can best address those concerns for whom it is an issue, but still make provisions for our growing community. We're very careful with the dollars entrusted to us, and we will need wisdom to discern where that tipping point is, where staff are stretched to the point where we need to address it. I know staff has done some work and are prepared for us to discuss options as we do this wrestling tonight. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Richard. Mr. Petherick, it's all yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think based on the discussions we've had so far, there's some general themes I think I'd like to start to walk us through and have discussions kind of in each one as we go. But just some preliminary, I guess, start off comments for tonight is council has seen the complete tax supported operating and capital budget. So that has been presented to council the last 3 meetings that we've had. And as we've indicated on the first night, this meeting is set for general budget deliberations and answering council's questions that may be outstanding, as well as giving direction on where they like to see changes in either the operating or the capital budgets. I think as staff, we just recognize that this is the first year for many in dealing with a municipal budget. And I think that's why, as Mayor Sean's indicated, we're here to help. Happy to answer whatever questions council has. Happy to find answers the best we can, because I think the biggest key point for me is that we're in this as a team. And, together we can be able to come up and make the best decisions and how we can craft that budget, kind of going forward. The other things really gets back into the priority settings, and I think I said this on the first night, is ultimately what does council want to see? What are the priorities of council, not only just from 2023, but also kind of getting into for the rest of your term. Because I really see that the 2023 budget being your first budget is really going to set up how your term of council is going to go. So it's always back to council to say, where would you like to see this budget go, and sort of set yourself up for the future. That also being said, even when we get down to the end of the night, that doesn't mean that council has to make that decision tonight. It is something I think we said already in a previous council meeting. If you need another meeting, staff are happy to be able to accommodate that and make arrangements to have that meeting, because we know it is a major decision. It's a big decision for council. I think the other thing is, even if we do need another meeting, even after that meeting, that just is what is going to form the final budget that will come back to council again through the normal committee and council cycle. So while we're going to come to the consensus that this is what it's going to look like, there's still another opportunity to kind of, like, if something didn't make sense or you have a secondary thought, there is another round of committee council meetings with which changes still can be made before it's finalized by council. So kind of getting into it, as I said, I kind of grouped three major themes that I saw as we were going through this budget. One was on the staffing perspective. The other is on the debenture requirements for 2023 as well as 2024. And then a little more general in about the tax rate increases and how we may be able to lower that. And that would include potentially pushing off some projects or delaying some projects. So kind of with that, I would like to step through each one individually, because I think that might be the best way that at least we can wrestle with an issue and then kind of move on to another issue. So I want to start off with the staffing. As I said, as a reminder to council and the general public that may be watching, through the 2023 budget, staff proposing 3 new positions, one in development services for the senior planner, one in fire services, and that is for the fire training officer. And the third one is in infrastructure services. And specifically, it's going to be capital, and that's the engineer and project supervisor. So the first two, those are the two that are going to be in the operating, or they are in the operating budget, and they have the effect on the operating budget itself. Well, the third one is captured completely within the capital budget. I think the other one that we heard as we were going through the budget process is also with regards to the climate change sustainability position, and whether council wants to see something in the budget for that position in 2023, or if this is something you want to see in a future budget. I think that is also something we need to wrestle with and talk about tonight. So I'm going to kind of stop, I guess, at this moment in time from a staffing perspective, but staff are here on the line, and I'm just scanning through, making sure, yes, I can see every director is here, and they are ready to talk about the justification for these positions that they are proposing. And I think that is one of the things that I heard from council is that they just want to talk about more the justification for these positions. So through Madam Mayor, I will actually stop there first, and then see if council has any questions or if they want to get into any specific position.
Okay, Mr. Brenneman's going to make a few comments, and then we'll take questions for either, for anyone, I guess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council, I just want to take a couple of minutes to speak in support of some of Richard's comments and his observations that he's put out to you, because certainly he has a lot of wisdom and sage advice going through multiple budget years. And we've all talked, not just him and I, but as a senior management team, in the building of this process and throughout this process. And we appreciate that certainly we're in a challenging time period. I don't think it ever gets easier for us, but this has been one of the most challenging. But I think it was very interesting for me at one of the meetings, where it came up, and this came up during the previous term, the question of our tax rate and the fact that we have the lowest tax rate. And we've had that for quite a few years. Before that, we had the second lowest tax rate. And yet we've consistently been one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing municipalities throughout the region. And with that growth comes considerable demands on service level expectations, program level expectations, infrastructure, expectations regarding facilities, both maintaining our facilities, building new facilities, things of that nature. So, we have all of these demands, and yet we certainly have, while benefited from growth and assessment, there also is only so much that growth and assessment can cover in terms of those competing demands. And, I think, Richard has noted in the past, as have other members of senior management, that, the real concern is that if we focus too much on the number and what the tax rate is, then we may lose sight of, are we going to, by picking a number, going to be able to accomplish all that council even wants to see for the residents and businesses with respect to service level priorities, infrastructure, programs, and things of that nature. I think Richard really hit the nail on the head when he said, ultimately, it's up to every term of council to think far enough ahead, even with every respective budget, to think about how we're setting up the township for success in the future. And I think that's important, because what I've seen in the last 15, 16 years is the fact that we've very much grown from more of a traditional rural township, with the growth in Elmira and especially the growth in the Breslau, with a very much a split of rural and very urban. And that will be, as you know, through the regional official plan, very much what our future looks like. We will always have our historical rural and agricultural base, but we are also going to continue to grow our urban centers and our urban cores. And one day Breslau will rival Elmira in terms of population. So there are realities that come with that. I'd also like to just touch upon something, to add to Richard's comments about us talking about the staffing tonight. As we're talking about this, I don't think we've talked enough about the fact that, our budget process starts in July, August timeframe, and we start with meetings then. And part of that process is, we look ahead, just like we do with the capital forecast, in terms of looking at what our needs are in the staffing area going forward. And I want to assure council, because we knew the fiscal realities of this year and the challenges, these are the only three that made the list. We didn't make some departments happy when we said, you know what, corporate services, no, not this year. Finance, no, not this year. There are needs right across the organization, but these were the ones that you will hear about more in a few minutes, because we focused in on the senior planner because of the impact of Bill 23 and Bill 109 and the provincial requirements. And you've heard me say before, the province comes up with good ideas at times, okay ideas, but they never bring the funding with it, right? They have the expectations they place on municipalities, but they don't bring the funding to do it. So then, how do we make sure we're properly resourced to deal with the Bill 109 and Bill 23 impacts? You'll hear something similar on the fire side. The province, when they first took office under their previous term, had said, yeah, no, we're putting a pause on mandatory certification. And then all of a sudden they brought it back, along with the requirements and expectations. And with infrastructure services, you'll hear about, the engineering project supervisor, and we all know the importance of addressing our infrastructure deficit and continuing to stay on top of that. But you'll have to debate what level of support will there be for having the necessary human resources to be able to deliver on the program that's been outlined. The last thing I want to talk about, Richard spoke about debenture. You know, throughout my career, many budget meetings, I often have heard either council members or at times residents at the podium say, you know, council and staff need to think more, you know, when it comes to debenturing about how we make decisions around the kitchen table or even with respect to budget. But I've always been fascinated by that comment because to me, most families are faced with the same thing that you're being faced with as a council. What is an appropriate level of debt for the family? What is an appropriate level of debt for our township? A lot of municipalities over my career have always championed, oh, we are debt free. I'm not sure that has ever been something that you should champion, especially with the infrastructure deficit that municipalities have faced. I think it's been something that has caused part of the problem that municipalities have faced. The other thing I would emphasize is over doing many AMO delegations to the province and even meetings with the federal government, they often speak about the fact that municipalities need to look at debt. The reason being is because there's only going to ever be so much funding coming from senior levels of government. And successive ministers of finance have often told us at our provincial delegations at AMO, well, you know what, your municipality looks like you have pretty low debt. Maybe, you know, yes, you want more infrastructure funding, but maybe you're going to have to balance that with an appropriate level of debt to be able to balance everything off. So just something to consider. But I really like what Richard commented on in terms of, again, the whole idea of thinking about how we best set the municipality, the township, its residents and businesses up for success. And in order to be able to do that, we need to make sure that we're putting together an appropriate operating budget, appropriate capital forecast and capital program to be able to deliver on the service level expectations. I appreciate that doesn't dismiss the fact that we're in one of the most challenging budget years ever because of the economy, because of post-pandemic and all of those challenges. But those are some of the things, in addition to Richard's comments, I just wanted to emphasize and highlight as we're discussing things, because I think tonight is about trying to get an understanding of what are the priorities, you know, for council, what is important. And with those types of discussions, I think we'll better be able to help council be able to focus on where we go with the tax rate and ultimately the overall approval of the budget. Thank you.
Richard, I think your last thing was any questions, is that correct? So we'll go to questions in general, or?
Yep,
Yeah.
no questions, and then, you know, we may kind of weave our way through the various positions.
Okay, are there questions at this point for, I guess, particularly Mr. Brenneman or Mr. Patrick? Councillor Schwint.
Sorry, Mayor Schatz, this is an embarrassing one for me. I'm confused on the 3 staff positions.
Okay.
Where's the building enforcement positions come in? Were they approved last year, or so that's not considered new? They just haven't been filled yet. Okay. Or
Through you, Madam Mayor, they were approved mid-year, and they were approved mid-2022.
And filled. And they were filled. To the best of my understanding.
So that piece is just because they were filled partway through the year, the increase would be annualizing it for this year.
and they just don't have the desks yet.
Sorry,
And they just don't have desks yet to work at.
they don't have desks. There was a request for furniture as well.
Correct. Yeah, there was, that's right. Councillor Swint is correct. Within the building services budget, there is a request for additional office furniture.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions at this point, so I'm going to let you decide the order you want to call on staff.
I would say arbitrarily, whether some staff members will like it or not, I would arbitrarily actually like to start with the senior planner. I think that's, I think from my perspective, that is one of those positions where David kind of alluded to that through 2022, and especially at the tail end, the province was fast and furious in some of their legislative changes, and it had a pretty significant impact on our planning department, which is why we came forward with a proposal of a senior planner. So I'll pass it to Deanne.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think that I provided an explanation when I did our original presentation to discuss why we need that position. So a lot of what I'm going to be saying now is going to just reiterate some of that information. This position would primarily be responsible for processing development applications within the new provincial timeline. So that's the ones that are imposed through the Bill 109. Also, the position would be responsible for developing policy and like land use planning framework for the future growth of the township. So we have additional lands that would be added through the ROP as proposed, and potentially additional more lands that may also be included through the provincial approval of that regional official plan as well. The planner would also have to deal with those downloaded responsibilities. So Bill 23 took away the responsibilities for planning from the region and some of the GRCA's responsibilities. So those will be downloaded to the municipalities as well. So that's a significant increase in workload as well for the planning division. And lastly, we expect that there will be other details that are released through the province for Bill 109 and potentially Bill 23 as well, with some more information on how they would like us to roll out some of this legislation. So we expect additional legislation to come. This obviously has a workload requirement too in interpreting the legislation and potentially pivoting and creating new procedures and new processes to try to adapt to that additional legislation. So I did take a look at what the implications would be for the planning division if we do not hire this position or if we delay the position to the third quarter. The province has delayed the requirement for refunds to July. So the amount of refunds we expect not to be quite as high as we had originally planned when it was supposed to be implemented already in January. However, we still need to get a person on board and we need to get them trained so that we are prepared by July to not have to issue those refunds. So we expect that if this position is delayed to the third quarter or not filled in 2023, approximately we're expecting about 15,000 in refunds that we probably have to issue. So that's an estimate based on some of the applications being done within the timeframes and other applications that we wouldn't be able to make it to those timeframes. Other implications, because this position doesn't just do development applications, but we expect that there would be a delay in the release of holding provisions. Building permit review would be delayed. We also have two major projects going on in the planning division, the official plan review and the zoning bylaw update. We have staff that are managing those two projects. So we would expect the official plan review, a possible delay of 4 to 5 months, and the zoning bylaw update, a potential delay of 2 to 3 months for that. We'd still try to keep them within the year, but it would spread out the amount of time it would take us to do those projects. You will be getting some more information on this later in January, but the agricultural enforcement project does take some staff time to manage the consultant if we proceed with a consultant. So we would delay that to mid to late 2023. The detailed Elmira core area design, we had that in there to plan to start in 2023. So this would have to be delayed potentially to the end of 2023 and maybe go into 2024. We just have to use the staff resources that we would have earlier in the year to do development and other projects that we already have ongoing. Right now, we provide support to the Heritage Committee and to the newly formed Environmental Committee, as well as the Development Liaison Committee. So we would have to reduce the staff support in those areas as well. Right now, we do have a staff liaison for those committees and a staff support person for the Heritage Committee. So we'd have to reduce our availability for that as well. We are looking at evaluation of surplus properties, similar to what we had done with Kiwanis House for the affordable housing. We're also looking at some opportunities on Maple Street to implement the Elmira downtown plan. We would have to put those aside for 2023 and delay them to 2024 to just, again, free up staff time to do other work. There'd be a delay in processing plans of subdivision as they are not part of that provincial timeline limits. We have to focus on the ones that are legislated by the province. So that means those larger applications would be delayed. And then other special projects. So anytime we look at Breslau planning, we've been looking at affordable housing initiatives, climate change and sustainability projects, updating to landscape and development standards, procedures, looking at urban design, parks planning, and we also had scheduled the fence and pool bylaw updates. So I would recommend those projects also be removed or delayed in order to try to deal with this year with the staff that we have. So it does have very significant impacts on our work plan. And also we would have to probably provide some refunds in 2023. And then depending on what happened in 2024, significant refunds. Any questions?
Are there questions? Councillor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you to the delegate or to the staff. You briefly touched on agricultural enforcement. If this council were to decide to make that on a complaint basis, would that free up a lot of hours for the existing planners?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I wouldn't say that would clear up a lot of hours. We were already looking at an 8-year rollout plan with a consultant. We were hoping to reduce that rollout to a year or two, but it would still require some staff management. It's not, I wouldn't call that a significant work plan item, but it's one of the many work plan items that we could delay without having implications from the provincial legislation.
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Deanne. Have we looked at potentially doing a contract position? As I said before, I know the region is not going to be doing as much work with their planners. Could we potentially do some contract work with the region or another outside contract person?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, potentially we could look at a contract position. We expect this is not a work plan that's going away or additional work that's going away. So it would have to be a contract that we'd have to renew every year. Also, when you do hire a contract person internally, it's difficult to get qualified staff because it doesn't have that same stability for them. We have been having some discussions with the region on what they still would be able to be involved with, but it's more of a coordination type of role for those larger type of projects where they can talk about transportation and servicing and things that are still within their control, but not the planning side of it. So the planning side really does have to be done the way that we're interpreting the legislation by the individual municipality. So it would have to be somebody that we would be hiring onto our staff, either on a contract or full-time basis. Again, our recommendation is a full-time basis because this workload wouldn't be going away, and we can get better qualified staff with that position.
Councillor Schwint.
Thanks. See you, Mayor Shantz, staff. Since the bills were passed early December, late November, have we had any more updates on the implementation other than deferral till July 1st? Are we expecting any more details on a rollout this spring at all, or where's the information flow at?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So we are expecting more information to be released over the next few months for how to actually apply all this legislation. We've taken the information that's available and developed a procedure for how we can proceed internally with that additional staff person as well. But yeah, we're expecting it within the next few months. By the latest, I would expect it around July because that's when they've kind of delayed the collection of these refunds.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director Fries. I'm wondering, if council were to go ahead and approve this, based on where we are now, based on everything we know, projecting into the future, are we going to need additional FTEs in addition to this one if it were to be approved, kind of projecting in 5-10 years from now?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I would say we need additional right now. Actually, through this budget process, we did actually propose 2 planning positions to try to deal with this legislation. Through the budget process, we ended up having to reduce that down to 1. I would say that this is going to have implications even with the additional staff person. It's still going to be a difficult process. We haven't increased our planning division in a long time, and we've already got very large workload for the staff that we have right now. I would say, yeah, it's a long-term need, and we're coming forward with 1 position now, but potentially in 2024 it could be another one.
Just as a follow-up, do you know exactly when the last staff person would have been added to the team? I mean, you said not for a long time.
Yeah, I think officially a full-time staff person, it's been, from my understanding from the manager of planning, it was 15 years. However, we did add a part-time position a few years ago to help out.
Thank you.
Anything else? Councillor Schwint.
One of the wild cards, I believe, is what the economy is going to look like the next 2 years. If by chance things aren't going as well in the next 18 months, we get a slowdown in building, subdivisions, all that type of thing, how would that affect the workload at the planning department?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the planning department, this position would not be solely development applications processing. It would also do a lot of the policy work that we've been significantly behind trying to catch up on as well. We don't anticipate from talking to the development industry that this is going to be major implications. They're still going ahead with planning applications and getting all of their planning applications lined up and ready for when there are more sales. So the planning work has to happen in the front end. The building permit side can happen a little bit later. Because building is self-funded, that they're more there's more flexibility there as far as staffing to meet the building permit demand, and that's why they have their reserve funds in times where there could be slow number of permits. But for planning, it really it's on the front end, and most people will get their planning applications through the process, even if they don't proceed to actually developing them because of an economy slowing.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Feast. I just wanted to ask, what is the current timeline with the current, or what is the timeline you have for processing building permits and the like with the staff you have, and how would that change with the addition of a staff?
For processing planning applications?
Yes, sorry. I'm just trying to get a sense of, with the current staff you have, how long it takes versus if we were to add additional staff.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So there's a few different guidelines or a few different timelines in place for different types of applications. At this point in time, we're not meeting any of the timelines. When we're trying now in January to start tracking actively how long we're taking for each planning application and how far over we would be, so we can try to anticipate what those refunds will be like when we are actually required to give them in June. But right now, yeah, we're not meeting any of the timelines. It's going to take some really rolling out those additional procedures that we had put in place, which would allow us to put holding provisions on, allow some delegated approvals to the director to try to speed up the processes. So it will require additional work on the staff to do that. And then hopefully we'll be able to meet those timelines.
Mr. Brenneman.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Deanne, perhaps though to Councillor Grant's question, could you just, because we have a new council, could you outline what the current deadlines are for zoning, official plan of subdivision? Just, use this just in time for council orientation, or am I putting you on the spot?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So now I have to remember, and I can pull up the report to find out the exact timelines, but I think it's 90, 120, and here, I have it written down here somewhere. Yes, so zoning, site plan applications have to be done in 60 days. Zoning amendment applications 90 days, and official plan amendments 120 days. There are no timelines on plans of subdivision, which is why, unfortunately, if we don't get this position, those are the applications that would suffer, because we'd have to focus on the ones that do have those legislated timelines.
That's the new requirements. Were there requirements before?
There were requirements before, but not required refunds, so there was no enforcement of those timelines.
So the timelines haven't changed. It's just,
No, they are shorter.
do you have a sense of how much shorter they are?
Sorry, sorry, I could pull my report. I don't have it in front of me right now, but the timelines were shortened, and I don't know exactly what they were, and I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, that's fine.
I can get that information for council.
Thanks. Anything else for Ms. Freeze? Okay. Thanks for now. I'm sure we'll see you again tonight. Mr. Patrick, next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to turn things over to Chief Aldis and kind of walk us through the other, I guess the other position, the fire training officer that council seemed very keen on having discussions. Or I could also turn it over to Deputy Chief Eaps, and he could walk us through as well.
You guys can arm wrestle.
We've got a game plan. No, thank you. To council. So the recommendation for you is for council to approve increasing our part-time training position to a full-time position for the 2023 budget. Recently, the Solicitor General of Ontario introduced new legislation requiring mandatory minimum certification standards for all firefighters in the province of Ontario, and it came into effect on July 1st, 2022. Future impacts were clearly identified regarding the new firefighter certification regulation. The regulation introduces mandatory and minimum certification standards for all firefighters that align with the fire protection services being currently performed. This position will ensure that firefighters have the consistent training according to the level of service set by council in support of firefighters and public safety.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to council. So just to highlight some of the benefits of hiring a full-time training officer. So it would provide more comprehensive and focused training, creation and retention of more detailed training records, which is part of the regulation. Industry best practices being identified in a timely manner and implemented into regular training. Opportunity for additional individual career coaching and mentoring. Improve the overall health and safety of firefighters due to increased training in the respective disciplines. Ability to meet the Ontario regulation, the newly introduced one, firefighter certification. More evenly distributed workloads for the administration staff within the fire department, and improve our ability to recruit and retain volunteers through well-planned and valid training. Some of the implications of not approving full-time training or upgrading it from part-time to full-time would be the fire service may not be able to meet the requirements of provincial training regulations set out in OREG. I'm not going to bore you with the numbers. Firefighters may not be able to obtain the required training and certification needed to perform certain functions. Fire service may not be able to deliver and monitor training programs to its full and required potentials. The health and safety of firefighters may be negatively impacted due to the lack of required training. The safety of our residents may be compromised. Residents and visitors may be compromised if firefighter certification is not achieved at the more stringent standards, which have been set out in the regulation, and possible non-compliance with parts of the Ontario Health and Safety Act, one being taking every precaution reasonable in the circumstances for the protection of the worker, the circumstance being the introduction of the regulation and us providing that relevant training. So I put together a couple of just charts here. Hopefully the share screen works. No, look at me. There you go. Yeah, so it says I started, huh? It's loading. There we go. All right, so this first chart, just for a visual. This is some of on the far left side of this chart. These are the services we provide as a fire department, as set out in our enabling and regulating bylaw. So firefighter one being the basic, that's your standard basic skills to be a firefighter. About 120 hours average of required training to be certified. Firefighter two, that's a step above, that deals a little more in depth with some more of the workings of the fire hall. Another additional 80 on top of the 120 to get water to the fire, which is your pump operator and engineer, or apparatus driver. You're looking at 80 hours of time spent training. Fire service technical search and rescue, so 80 with the asterisks is per discipline. In Woolwich we provide ice water rescue, hazmat ops, hazmat technician, vehicle extrication. We're going to be doing rope rescue, low angle rescue. These are all things that we're currently providing. And fire officer one, so that's your captains and lieutenants, as well as fire officers two, that gets into your districts and deputy chiefs, or sorry, deputy district chiefs. Fire officer 3 and 4 are more myself and Chief Aldis's level. It's front office administration type stuff. You'll see the hours are 200, 240 for fire inspector. So to go out and look at sprinklers and do inspections of buildings, which we do, and so on. I don't want to bore you with the numbers. If you want to take a look, fire instructor, hazmat, CPR, defib, first aid, these all require training and maintenance and additional stuff. So this next chart I put together was just some of the day-to-day stuff that we do. I apologize for the small print. Is everyone having a hard time reading that? No, we're good. So the X's indicate kind of whose wheelhouse that falls in, or whose portfolio. So you'll see plans review is Chief Aldis, budget preparation and maintenance. That's myself and him. And you can read through that. I'm not going to drag this on, but and then I kind of highlighted the proposed training officer position and what where they would come in and overlap the functions of the day-to-day running of a fire department, and how they play a role in that. So currently, some of these things in the training officer column are being done between myself and Chief Aldis, and they'd fall squarely on the training officer if they were to be approved. That's. Do you have anything to add, Chief?
No, just any questions if anybody has any.
Can I get you to stop your screen share so I can see the other slides?
Sure, gotcha.
Thanks. Correct. Are there questions? Councillor Bryant, is your hand still up?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you to the fire chief. How much training is currently being done in each individual station? Because I know they are doing their own training, and I don't know to what extent that is happening.
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Bryant. So currently right now, every one of our fire stations meets twice a month for 3 hours. So a lot of this training that we're looking at when it comes to certifications and stuff is additional to above and beyond that training as well. Our station training is our maintenance training to keep up to the level of service that we currently offer towards you. And these programs that we're looking at enhances it or teaches new people the level at which we need to get to.
And a follow-up to that, if I may. Are our firefighters currently up to all these standards, or are they lagging way behind? Like, where do we stand as far as the requirements?
So through Madam Mayor to Councillor Bryant, currently, the way that a few years ago, I think it was in 2015, somewhere in there, when they first adopted this procedure, they did what they called a grandfathering. So any firefighter that had X number of years of service at that time would be grandfathered into firefighter 1, firefighter 2, any of the officer fire prevention stuff in which they were actively pursuing. And then just this year for that group, they also added in hazardous materials awareness and operations level. So we have a core group of people that back in that time that were there that are fully certified. From that group up until the recruit class that we just started last year, we have a group that is entitled Legacy. So
Right.
we're in the process now of making sure that they're all their training records and stuff are in place. So they get the same grandfathering type as what our grandfathering group got, but they're now they're what they call a provincial seal. So we have a good group of people in that. So for the firefighter 1 and firefighter 2, it's just our recruiting classes from last year and this year, current one, that are required to do that type of training. And for all the hazardous materials and stuff, we have different teams in different areas. So Conestoga and St. Jacobs, because of the proximity to the Conestoga and the Grand River, there are ice water and rescue team. Elmira, because of the proximity to the 2 chemical plants, are our hazardous materials technicians group. And then the rest of them have those skills, but it just fills in the gap in between. So we're fully certified to what we need to meet now for our standard. But this is going forward just to making sure that we can keep up with the new ones that are coming into play, and any additional areas in which council wishes us to move forward in our training, because there are some gaps that we don't do that potentially are required, we would require or want to do for the township.
Okay, so one more follow-up, if I could, please. How many new firefighters per year are we bringing in from our volunteer base?
Through Mayor to Councillor Bryant. This year, we're at 13. Some of them are already have the have the firefighter 1, firefighter 2 qualifications, but it's a smaller, like the amount isn't like a 50-50 split, but there is some that already have that. And then last year we did 12 firefighters, which are just finishing up part of their certification this year. And the year and going backwards, we've been doing probably close to the 10 to 12 amount for the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cadeau, I'm going to let you go first.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Chief Aldis. I had a couple of questions that are I'm done. Thankful I did here. Just help me understand the role of the training officer. Are they scheduling training for the staff coming in, or are they delivering the training for the staff?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Cadeau. So the role of the training officer is in part to schedule training. So each individual station will be responsible for the maintenance training that the fire chief spoke of. But any additional training, they'll be responsible for setting up the timeline and the syllabus for that course. So for example, recruit training. So they'll be responsible for setting the schedule, making sure they have the appropriate amount of staff to assist them with training, arranging for the facility to be available. So whether it be St. Jacob Station or Elmira, whatever the case may be, and then having all the necessary resources to carry out that training. So that's one function. They have to have a approved lesson plan that meets all the standards. So like NFPA 1001, which is our firefighter basic firefighting skills. There's certain job performance requirements that have to be met, and that training has to be a reflection of those job performance requirements. So they have to hit certain benchmarks in order to be qualified. The training officer would be verifying that, and then once it is complete, retaining those records and making sure that they're available should the province come looking for verification of this person's qualifications, or in the event, God forbid, something happens and there's an investigation, they can prove that the township has provided them with adequate training, and it's for whatever reason this incident happened the way it did.
So if I can, through Madam Mayor to Councillor Cadeau, part of the position will be also taking standardizing the training that our stations give out. So they'll be taking the lesson plan and creating lesson plans. And the JPR is required in order to do our maintenance stuff that we have inside, so that we have 6 stations scattered across the township, so that if you go to Floridale or Elmira or Breslau, you'll be receiving the same training. It's taught the same way. And the records and everything keep track of that. That's part of what his job will be as well, is to try and make sure that we keep ourselves in that standard that we need to stay in.
Great, thank you. Just as one follow-up, I think that chart that you provided was excellent and just kind of capturing some of those responsibilities. I'm reflecting on the one that kind of laid out the number of hours that various training needed you to complete. Help me understand those, because some of them were 80 hours, for instance. Is that like 10 sessions of 8 hours, or is that 30 sessions of 3 hours? And I mean, that's very specific, so you don't have to go into that granular level of detail, but if you can give me a sense on, is it 2 weeks worth of training, or is it over a period of 3 months?
Okay, through Madam Mayor to Councillor Cadeau. So our recruit training, where we're concentrating on firefighter 1, firefighter 2, hazardous materials awareness and operations. So currently we're running them every 2 weeks, as they have a 3-hour session that they come in, and but part of that 80 hours is they have a required at-home e-learning that they have to do. So that creates the hours. So they come in every 2 weeks. They do what they did in their e-learning. They get to do the practical skills on those evenings. So we're running from January till December. And then we try and give them some summertime off, but they do an online course for hazardous materials awareness at that time. So it's basically about at least a 10.5 to 11-month time frame that they're running to achieve those hours.
Thank you. That's excellent, and thanks for that context. I did have a follow-up. I should have wrote it down. That's always the problem, isn't it? It'll come back to me. Why don't I pass it over to my colleague?
Councillor Schwint.
Thanks. A lot of my questions were just answered there, but I guess to follow up, new recruits start January to December, and it's a class of 12 or 13 in Woolwich. Are they all in one class coming in, or are you subdividing them into different sections?
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Swint. So what they do is, in order to achieve the proper efficiency during training, so they break them down into platoons. So it's a group of 3 or 4 firefighters that's in a group, and they do 3 different scenarios, and they just rotate around through it to make it go a lot quicker, and they get more one-on-one time, so they get better instruction to it. So our recruit class highly concentrates on getting our firefighters from our stations out to help do the training. That's the only way it works efficiently. So.
Sorry, can I add to that, Chief, through you, Madam Mayor? So I'm just noticing a lot of the focus is on the recruit class, which is a large function of what the training officer is going to be doing. But keep in mind, there's 160 firefighters that all have will all have needs. So, like, for example, in order to instruct firefighting, you first have to have the certification that you're teaching, as well as potentially having the fire instructor certification as well. So the standard says you have to be qualified, and also if you're going to be like the lead instructor, you have to be have your qualifications for instructing firefighting. So outside of the recruitment and how many people we bring on each year, there's also several other firefighters and officers, and ranging in different disciplines and wanting to do different things that are going to require the training officers' assistance to develop their careers and become better firefighters.
So further to that too is, and since mandatory certification has come down through the province, we've seen our firefighters wanting to upgrade their skills. We've gone from 5 to 6 people a year to now we're looking at about 20 to 30 firefighters wanting to upgrade their skills. So that type of work needs to be coordinated through that person as well. Like it's not just like Deputy Easton said, it's not just a recruit class. That's the biggest task that we have, but it's through our joint training partnership with the other 4 townships. We are going to be offering courses like our pump ops course, which we've been offering. We're looking at a hazardous materials course. We're looking at officers courses, and our full-time training officer will be working with them to coordinate, get that done, not just locally for us, but across the townships as well. Because we've got a great partnership where we've been working, getting our training done, because it's easier to do. When we did our ice and water stuff, it's easier to have a group of 20 people to take a course than it is to do for 10. So
I can follow up. This is helpful. I'm learning more and understanding it better to make a better decision. I'm trying to understand if this is a training officer role or an administrative coordinator type role. And I guess to follow up on that, you just mentioned working with other 4 townships on some training, which I really love that idea. Could this training officer be shared between the 4 townships?
through Madam Mayor to Councillor Swint. So your latter one, your question about being shared. All 4 municipalities have in some form have a training officer. Whether it be like, so North Dumfries has one, Wilmot has actually 2 part-time training officers, and Wellesley has training officers. It's a role that we just, with our size of us, it's an easier thing to just coordinate and work on ourselves to get ourselves up and running to where we need to be to. Down the road, if there's an opportunity to do that, we're more than willing to look into that with our neighboring municipalities. I'm trying to remember what your first question was. Sorry.
I'm just trying to balance, is this a coordinator role or is this an actual teaching training role?
So through Madam Mayor to Councillor, it's a combination of the 2. This person will be going out, like currently our part-time training officer is coordinating and teaching probably about 95% of our recruit class. He participates in all of our other trainings that we've been running. So it's a combination role of the 2.
It segues so beautifully into the question I forgot that I kind of want to ask it here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the fire chief. Much to Councillor Schwinn's point, there is some overlap between the administrative function and training function. And I'm wondering if there's an evaluative function that's associated with some of this training. Like, would this training officer be assessing the performance of some of the recruits, for example, and, providing a pass or a fail, for instance? Because if that is the case, I mean, I would challenge that it wouldn't just be an administrative role. You would need to have that level of professionalism. So I'm interested to hear your answer.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So there is ultimately the evaluation comes down to the academic standards and evaluation, which is a division of the Ontario Fire Marshal. But before that happens, it's the responsibility of the trainer or the person doing the training to make sure that the candidate they're putting forward is capable of doing the job you're doing. There's a sense of pride in the fire service that you don't want to be the guy that goes or guy or girl, sorry, my apologies, that shows up and can't do it. So, and you don't want to be the training officer or person administering the training that was responsible for this person showing up and not being able to do it. So to answer your question, it is administrative heavy just because of the requirement to keep accurate, detailed records of their involvement in the fire service and their capabilities. But at the same time, it's very much a boots on the ground. You're on the floor, you're teaching. All the training officers I know are very hands-on. They're the type of people that like to be in the trench, shoveling along with everybody else, as well as teaching. They're usually well-versed, breadth of knowledge, and they teach as much as they administer, I guess, would be, or their administrative duties are. But the unfortunate part is you have to document it, and you have to have several types of medium to provide people whether that be a paper lesson plan or computer media or something. You got to be teaching 7 different types of learners. So it's very office oriented, but it's also very field oriented as well, if that answers your question.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. I just wanted, through you, Mayor Shantz, to the chief, I just wanted to ask if there is recertification required for some of the instructions. So for example, hazmat, is it something like a one and done, or will they need to, in 3 years term, recertify? I'm just trying to gauge whether or not for a training officer or established firefighters that are already fully trained, if there will be a time they need to recertify on things.
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Grant. Some of the disciplines require recertification. Like ice and water they are supposed to do some internal training every year, but there's a certification process, which the OFM is working through right now what that is. Normally it's every 3 to 4 years. They have to re-qualify in order to have that designation. So there are lots that are like that we're just going to have to keep moving forward and keeping the skill levels going. Some of them we will be starting off in an operations level and moving to a technicians level. So that takes a course, like in the spreadsheet that Deputy Eveson put out. An operations course is around 40 hours, and to do a technicians can be 80 to 120 hours worth of course time. So there is that upgrading as well. And then potentially every so many years, they're all going to have to look at all their skill sets and redo them again. So.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Just, I think we were maybe focusing a bit too much on the recruits and the new members, and maybe have lost focus a little bit on the fact that we will have some recertification going on, which would justify this position more.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Grant. There's I don't know if it's not documented, but skills fade. So if you don't use a certain function or skill, eventually it's going to get rusty and whatever. So if you, like, I don't know, I wouldn't want somebody with skills fade showing up to help myself, right? So you got to practice, you got to be heavy on the training, and unfortunately it's just time consuming.
Okay. I'm not seeing any more questions at this point. So thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief. And we'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Petherick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to circle back to Deanne with regards to Council's question on the timelines. I believe she actually has that information for Council, for the senior planner, or specifically we were talking the senior planner, but just really the timelines of processing applications. So I'll kind of hand it back to Deanne for that.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I just had to find those numbers for you. So prior to 2019, prior to Bill 139, there was timelines for zoning bylaw amendments and official plans. Zoning bylaw amendments were 120 and official plans were 180 days. Then with the release of Bill 139 in 2019, they added the timeline for site plans of 30 days, zoning bylaw amendments of 150 days. So they increased that timeline, and official plan amendments of 210 days. Then with the most recent release in 2022, and the refunds, that's where they reduced it down. So site plan, they actually increased the number of days, but added the refunds. So it's 60 days now. Zoning bylaw amendments, they reduced from 150 to 90 days. Official plan amendments, they reduced from 210 to 120 days. And then also I pulled the report that was prepared actually for the previous council by our manager of planning. And on average, we are now finding that site plan applications are taking us 90 days. Zoning bylaw amendments are taking us 6 months, and official plan amendments are taking us 9 months. So we are significantly longer than any of the timeframes that are imposed through this new provincial legislation.
That's helpful. Thank you. Before I let Ms. Freeze go, does anyone have another question for her? No. Okay, thanks. Mr. Patrick, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So now, last but not least, I would like Jared to be able to walk through council with the engineer and project supervisor position.
Thank you, Richard, and through you, Mayor Shantz, to members of council. I think I'm not sure that I'm going to be adding a whole lot than what's already been contained, but maybe in summary fashion, I can go over the intent and impetus behind the request to have an engineering project supervisor. Behind the scenes, I think as Director Fries had mentioned, that there were asks of senior management around the table when we began the budget process. We too did have multiple positions being sought. So this was the one that was able to make the cut. One of the reasons why is because of the capital programming that has been happening. And I think just to give maybe a bit of a picture of the 10 years that I've been at the township, for the first about 4 years, we were averaging around $6 million in the capital program for our department. Then in the next 6 years, we were averaging around 11 million. Last year was the largest capital program ever at almost 20 million. And I think it shouldn't be lost on anyone to look at our forecast now. We're north of 20 million for the next 3 and likely longer. It's difficult to start to project out. And I think it's been talked about too with the pressures on the development services side. We're not immune to those pressures. We do have seats at that table as well. It's very important that as development comes on, that we're setting ourselves up for good development in the township. And that requires investment in both resourcing and funding, because oftentimes we look after the maintenance after the developer is gone, when the homeowners are in there. So it's very important for us to be at that table early on to set ourselves up for success moving forward too. So that is some time consuming piece, and there's pressures outside of our control. And I think that's really the big message, is that being in the region of Waterloo, there's a great benefit that when the region is doing capital programming that the area municipalities look to piggyback on, because typically we own the sewer and water under road allowances that are regional corridors. And there's a cost benefit to that, because we typically don't have to cover the cost of restoration. That's been funded by the region. And so we obviously look to align our programming with that. And that comes with its challenges, obviously, as there are really only one taxpayer in the entire region of Waterloo. Everybody's vying for that levy dollar. And I think I would also point out in Mr. Patrick's report, I really do appreciate that capital breakdown on the pie chart that he provides in his report. And when you look at that, we are leveraging every possible dollar we can. We rely on reserves, infrastructure, levy, new levy. Those are small pieces in the overall $23 million program that we have before you. We do look to maximize OCIF, both federal and through the Canada Building Fund as well. So those are upper government dollars that we receive. And of course, we look to manage all that through our programming too, and utilize those dollars. So we've gotten to a point where it's unsustainable with the staff levels we have to manage the capital program. So this has been crafted with that position in mind. Just want council to be aware that if that position does not come to the department, then we will obviously have to revise that capital program in the future years. And really what that'll do is it just starts to push things down the road. So that can have challenges. I mean, there obviously can be the immediate realization of savings potentially for that given year. But I think one thing that's important also is that through asset management planning, it is all about spending the right dollar at the right time. And by doing that, you end up saving money down the road. And a case in point, I would use the roads as a great example, is the township has been very good at funding crack sealing. We spend about $80,000 a year. And that is very cost-effective maintenance dollars, because really you're trying to keep the water out of your road base. And that's really the intent. It sounds simple, but that allows us to extend the useful life of the road. If we were just to pave a roadway and walk away from it, the cost of doing that would be 4 to 5 times the cost of the maintenance required to extend that to its useful life. So I think that's always in the back of our mind as well. It's about implementing the capital programming and then maintaining it going forward as well. And that is, a huge fiscal benefit when you're truly doing asset management planning the way it should be done. And that does require both funding resources and personnel resources. We could throw all the money in the world at a capital program, but if we don't have the resources to implement it, it's kind of useless, and vice versa. You don't want to be the other side where you have way too much personnel and not enough funding available as well. So I think that the messaging overall from all the departments is very similar. We have been in a position like this for a long time. This was a bit of a tsunami coming, I would say. And here we are with some tough decisions to make. And that was really what I wanted to let council know from our vantage point, that I can't point to legislation per se for this position, other than the province does download things but that's not the impetus. It's really just to implement the capital programming that you see before you, which we think is required and important given all the pressures we see.
Thank you. If I could start off with a question this time. With the previous council, we spent some time talking about infrastructure deficit and what that is in dollars and cents, and how we can tackle that. This council hasn't had that the benefit of those discussions. I wonder if either Mr. Petherick or Mr. Poupé could speak to that a little bit, sort of the quantum of the deficit that we're facing and we're still trying to catch up on.
I think I'll try to start, and if I can, so through you, Mayor Shantz, to council, one thing that we were legislated to do was complete a core asset management plan. And we recently did that. That was the previous council that endorsed that plan. And what that showed, I think it was fascinating to those involved, was the township owns their core asset replacement value is $1 billion. That was fascinating to us who do this day in and day out. That is a lot. I don't know that people think that Woolwich would be responsible for $1 billion, and that's really roads, bridges, sewer, and water. That's your core asset. So that's not including facilities or anything outside of that. Doesn't include anything fleet. It doesn't include anything in the fire department. So, that's substantial. And with that comes requirements to maintain and deal with the renovation replacement of those assets. And I think to try to paint a picture is, obviously there's been times through the township where there's been heavy development and then there's been some lulls. So now if we project that out to a replacement time, and if we looked at a road, for example, or sewer and water to say it lasts 75 years, if we have stuff in the ground now and maybe it was a hot development year or a few years at the 50-year mark, we're coming up into a horizon line where we're going to have to be replacing a whole lot of infrastructure. And we're going to need to set ourselves up to be able to do that. And how you can do that is by providing sustainable and predictable funding, and essentially create forms of reserve accounts. And that's something also that we will be talking to this council about in future years. That's something we recognize is very important to set ourselves up for success, of course, to move forward with those significant costs and to be able to replace and maintain again the current levels of service that we're doing. So one thing that will show up in this budget is that we have demonstrated that year over year, we need to be investing $2.1 million annually into our capital bridge and culvert program. That would see us sustain the level of service we have today, not necessarily improve what we have, but sustain that. So that's a bit of a sustainability number. We've made some decent inroads on our culvert side. That's about the best we've been able to do on all our core assets, actually, is really the culvert piece. And then as well as the road network, we're pegging, I believe it's about 3.3 million on the hot mix resurfacing side of things. That is, again, that sustainable number. I guess one piece too maybe would be important, and we can get into this more when we bring our asset management plan forward, but something that has been interesting and a bit of a trend, unfortunately, has been that we absorb a fair number of new roads in the township just as a result of development that become our ownership, and yet our system adequacy has remained relatively static, which would indicate to us that when you're taking on roads that would have a high rating, say like 100 because they're brand new, and we start taking on a lot of those, you would expect that system adequacy number should rise, but it's not. It's staying relatively static, and that just indicates again that we are not funding or resourcing enough in our road network overall. So I don't know if that helped a little bit, but be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Petherick, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Mr. Pay really, kind of hit it. It's been a while, I think, from a staff perspective, we seriously took a look. It was probably, oh my goodness, I don't even know how long ago that we actually took a look at our infrastructure deficit specifically for bridge and our pavement. But as Jared indicated, I think the goal is that we were continuing to try to put in that sustained investment in both of those infrastructures. And you can tell based on that level and the size of budgets we have, they take up quite a bit of room. And it's just because we have so much infrastructure that we're trying to get to. And it's just been a while since we've been able to get to it. It just takes time.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Petherick. I just have a question about the infrastructure levy in general. Last year's levy was 2%. I'm just wondering how we got to the 1.5% this year and why it's less. Would it not make sense to keep it at the 2% to continue investing into those reserves?
Sure. So through you, Madam Mayor, Council last year, as staff, we recommended 1.5. Council took upon their wisdom to actually increase that up to 2. I think there was even discussion of getting up to 3. I may have jumped a little bit if we probably went back to the recordings, and I made an assumption that I heard that they wanted to go to 3, but we ended up backing it down to 2. But 1.5 has typically been staff's recommendation to continue to build upon that. Because we still believe that that's a good ask in any given year from a tax rate increase. 1.5 again. Every time we get into a new budget where we've added money, 1.5 actually means a higher amount every single year, which is always a good thing because that's exactly what we were anticipating and how we were going through the program is to say once you actually start it, if you continue to build upon it, you're going to be able to have that steamroll continue on, and it's going to be able to get bigger and bigger, and you're going to have a bigger pot that you're going to be able to work with to do more work.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Schwint.
I should know this, Madam Mayor, but the new position was proposed in the infrastructure, in the development side. Is that coming out of the general levy or is that from another fund? How would it be paid for?
Mr. Petherick, Mr. Poupey, who wants to take that?
Clarification though, Madam Mayor, are we talking about the senior planner position or the engineering project supervisor?
Sorry, the engineering project supervisor.
Yeah, so the engineering project supervisor, and that is kind of one of the good things about it being within the capital budget, is depending on the capital program that they would be assigned to, it could have multiple funding sources. We could be pulling some from the levy, our water reserves, sewer reserves, some of the grant funding we received. We're able to utilize that and kind of spread that cost of that position out amongst the various funding resources that we have available in our capital program. So it's not necessarily specifically tied to a levy, to a specific reserve fund. It actually is part of the program. So it's actually funded from a multitude of sources.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Poupey.
Thank you.
Mr. Petherick, where would you like us to go from here? Do you want us to talk about those positions? Because I think the decision we make on those positions actually affects other pieces of the budget, correct?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. I mean, if council would like to talk about the positions right now, that would be my recommendation. But we can still continue to move on to some of the other items and circle back. It's totally up to council.
Councillor Cadeau.
I guess some direction. Are we looking for consensus on these positions or are we looking for majority? How are we proceeding here?
I always prefer consensus, but if that's not possible, majority rules. Councillor Grant.
I guess I'll take the lead on this and just say I'm comfortable at this point with the 3 positions that are proposed with keeping them in the budget.
Okay.
I would second that.
Councillor Cadeau, okay. Do we need to do this as a motion? No. Okay. Direction. Councillor Bryant.
Just my comment is I'm not comfortable with the firefighter position. I think that is something that there seems to be a lot of administration with that position. And I think that we can keep it at a part-time position, I think, and move forward. I know that they just hired a part-time person again in Wilmot as well. But I can't justify full-time for that position. I'm sorry, that's just my position on it.
Okay, Councillor Schwint.
I guess I'd echo Councillor Bryant on that. I'd be comfortable with a half-time training position, putting the emphasis to the fire department. Hey, let's work with the other townships and see if we can make that a full-time between 4. Take the lead on it, take the bulk of it, but can we share some of it just to try and keep the pressure on finding efficiencies? In my first thought. And engineering position, I've got no problem with. The planning department, I'm struggling with. I see a need, but I also see a lot of unknowns with the 2 bills that were just passed. I sure wish we were doing budget in July and we'd know a little bit more about the rollout at that point. And if we could defer until some more is known, I think that might be prudent.
Councillor Burgess.
Yeah, I think I'm also good with the 3 positions. I do have a few concerns, as just echoing what Councillor Schwinn said there about the planner, but ultimately, given the current environment, I think it's fair. And just for the fire position, they're already part-time on the administration side, if I'm not mistaken, sharing that with the rec department. So you could look at this as just having a full-time assistant too, taking over that position. So I think it's fair. We want, as the CAO said, we have the biggest volunteer firefighter department of all the local municipalities aside from the cities. And yeah, we want our firefighters who are running in there in emergencies to be fully trained.
Okay, I think what I've heard is a complete consensus on the engineering position. A little bit of a split on some of the other ones. I think majority is agreeing on the planning position. I think we had, it was just Eric was a little bit iffy on that. And the fire position, I think I've heard 3 in favor and 2 having some concerns with it. Do we want to talk about that a little more? Councillor Cadeau.
If I can put a question through you, Mayor, to the fire chief. First, about that administrative role. I mean, would there be a potential to utilize a full-time administrative role to take over some of this, I guess is the first question. I mean, I have my own opinions on that. I think that, you know, in a small township like ours, it makes sense to split some of the administrative duties. But could you speak to that a little? Is that something that could potentially be looked at? And then the second question, I suppose, is if council did approve this position, do you think that we could look to you to kind of initiate some of those partnerships, or maybe not you, maybe the training officer, to initiate some of those partnerships potentially with other townships to try to, you know, find efficiencies, or maybe look at larger training opportunities? Woolwich is the largest of some of these municipalities. Why don't we use that to our advantage, especially through the full-time training officer position, if it does come to fruition?
So through Mayor to Councillor Cadeau, the first one, our administrative staff, do we have Mr. Vanderhoff could speak a little bit more about what she does for what the person does for them. But for us right now, she is responsible for 100% of us getting the revenue line that we have. So all our car accidents and stuff, she's the person that looks after all that for us. She does all our OFM reporting, which is a quarterly reporting, but she also makes sure that all our fire calls are put in at a timely manner and correct. She looks after part of our payroll stuff for us. So she runs the reports twice a year to make sure that it gets into Mr. Petridge's department to get paid. From what the timing and the amount of hours that she gets from us, that pretty well fills up a majority of her day with doing burn permits. The opportunity to move like to a full-time administrative assistant in the future, most definitely that may be in there. Part of what she does for us too, that it's in order for us to do some of our AS&E testing, when they do the written testing, we need a proctor, and a proctor is someone who the Ontario Fire Marshal and the ASC wants, basically doesn't know anything about what we're doing. And she is currently our proctor for that testing. So her role, that's kind of where it is. I'm sure Mr. Vanderhoff may have a bit more to say about what she does for what the person does for them. And looking at different training opportunities across the township, that's currently what we are doing as a group. So our trainers don't just look after training for us in our different municipalities. They also coordinate and help training in other departments as well. So we're currently doing that. That's how we did our ice and water rescue amongst everybody. Our auto extrication course that we put on, the rope rescue course that we did. It's all a coordinated effort with him and our other partners in the townships to make those happen. So.
Are we reimbursed for those? When we're partnering with the other townships, do they reimburse us? Do they pay us for any of that? Or is that just something that you sort of do back and forth?
It's through, I guess, to Madam Mayor, it's an in-kind gesture. So when we run a pump ops course through the townships, it takes 4 pumps, it takes 4 trainers, so we share equipment and we share resources. So we have when it's done, and so everybody provides equipment, trainers, and the people that we want to take the course. So it's a shared aspect that way. So it's a complete shared partnership.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
So I'm just going to add a comment after that, echoing what Councillor Burgess had said. I mean, we have to recognize these women and men are volunteers largely, and I think that we owe it to them to ensure that they're trained to the utmost capacity that we have. So I really struggle to not support this. And I would just remind council that staff did an excellent job in my mind putting forward the best foot with this budget, and that included the addition of these 3 staff after their extensive deliberations. We've heard justification on multiple occasions now for all 3 of these positions, and I'm buying it. I am, and I think that we owe it to staff to really honor the request here. Knowing full well that there is a need for more than these 3, right? Like it's evident. So I am convinced, and I'm convinced that with new pieces of legislation, there are a lot of unknowns. There's no doubt, but by staffing up, it gives us that opportunity to meet some of those challenges head on, with the full weight of a full complement of staff that are able to meet some of these challenges. And by kind of looking to the future and saying that we're not quite sure what it's going to bring. So, I'm not quite sure if we want to staff up to approach that is kind of short-sighted. And it's, from my perspective. So I'm hopeful that, in hearing some of these justifications for a second time, council can really fully get behind, not just 1 or 2 of these positions, but all 3 of them. And, I think that we have some discussions about the potential addition of additional staff, maybe this year, maybe not, but I'm inviting that conversation. And I assume that, I'm kind of targeting that environmental coordinator role. I won't get into that now because I think that we need to land somewhere with these 3 positions. So I'll kind of shut my mouth and invite commentary on that.
Anything else? Councillor Schwint.
You do make good points there, Councillor Cadeau, and staff didn't make tonight any easier with the presentations. They made it a whole lot harder, which that's just reality. There's a whole lot of money that needs to be spent. And that's the needs to be spent. And Woolwich Township has so much money. So how do we balance and be prudent? Yeah. Can I come around to the fire position, the 3rd position? Yes, I can. I just want to make the point to the department that, hey, if we can work with others and be more efficient, I think it's a win for everybody. not inefficiencies, but hey, if there's 4 of us, maybe we can attract higher caliber training people, that type of thing, and do a better job for a bigger population.
Okay, I think we've got close to consensus. Maybe not quite 100%, but I think we're pretty close to agreement on all 3 positions. So, Mr. Petherick, I don't know if you want to do a summary and then guide us on to what else we need to do here.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, you know, I think just as I heard from council, the direction is to at the very least leave the positions in our current draft budget. Just that kind of reminder that, you know, from a fire perspective, we do have a current part-time person. So they are still doing work until the budget is passed, where we can actually contain a full-time position. So that's reflected in the budget. You see a part-time position coming out, full-time coming in, but between those 2, it'll cover off all of the costs for the full year. The other side of it is, from the senior planner, that position is scheduled to start in March of this year, and same with the engineering project supervisor. It's the same thing, but I didn't want to then just jump past staffing without acknowledging that something that Councillor Cadeau said about the sustainability coordinator. That did council still want to have a discussion about that? Even in the context of a 2023 budget, or even in the context of actually going forward, and would like to see that in 24 if we don't get into the 23.
I think we wanted to talk about it in the context of 23 and see where we land with that. So, Kayla, yes. Councillor Grant.
Yeah, I'm sorry, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Petherick. I would like to see this position included in the 2023 budget. I think the cost of including it is high, but I think the cost of not doing something is much higher, and that we need to start seriously taking a look at concrete action for climate change. I know that we have the environmental feasibility study coming through the Recs department. Studies are great, but if we don't have a staff member to take those recommendations and actually implement them, they're not going to do us much good.
Okay, Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. I think this year adding 3 staff positions, in my opinion, is where we need to draw the line. We have to try and cut our costs somewhere, and I think this isn't the year to add another body. I think we need to push it back.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks. I recognize this is a really challenging one. You know, 2030 isn't really that far away. And if we're not even measuring how we're, you know, meeting our goals, it's really hard to manage. So I kind of echo Councillor Grant's concern here. I think that what I don't even know if I would say propose it, but just open dialogue around is, you know, could we really be strategic and deliberate about where we would want to place this position if we did go ahead with it? And, you know, I don't even know where it would be positioned now. You know, Director Vanderhoff, I think it was in your portfolio originally that we had kind of explored. Some of the concerns with that is whether or not that position would have enough bite to actually make a meaningful difference in the organization. So I suppose I would challenge, you know, CEO Brenneman, is this something that we could position within your office, you know, in a similar fashion that we do economic development? Make sure that it gets the profile it needs to really drive it from that top-down approach and embed it within our strategic framework.
Mr. Brenneman.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Cadeau's question and through to council. First of all, you are correct that Acting Director Vanderhoff did mention that there was a potential source of funding as a stopgap measure if there was support from council. He reasonably expects, and I'll have him speak more to that if you would like, about opportunities where certain projects we expect to receive grant funding for, and you know, the temporary use of the greening levy. I know the last council didn't like to use that for staffing, but we're not saying long term. But if this was a council priority that they wanted to see established, I think there's a source of funding. I respectfully understand where you're going with in terms of the profile of the position. But understanding our discussions around the senior management table in terms of where the best need and indeed profile would be long-term, I think it would be in recreation and community services, especially with respect to the work that that department has led in the area of greening in terms of sustainability and climate change, energy efficient projects, things of that nature. I think there are good synergies with respect to that as opposed to outweighing the profile from that standpoint. But perhaps Madam Mayor Thomas can speak more to the details of what he spoke to during the budget process in terms of the options for financing this position on a temporary basis. So to address maybe concerns like Councillor Bryan had about adding to the levy as opposed to trying to find ways to incorporate it within the existing budget.
Mr. Vanderhill.
Through your restaurants to Councillor Cadeau. So I'll take a stab at both of those questions as well too, Councillor. So starting with the second one, the piece and where the position could fall, I think that we are going to see a significant reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions through our facilities. But then also, I don't want to leave out the fact that this position will have an important role with development services, infrastructure services. This isn't a position that's going to be solely contained within RCS and one that will definitely be shared throughout the organization. Similar to, I guess, all departments really, you know, throughout the township, we are small and you know, you've got lots of hats to wear in various departments. So they will be involved and a great deal on the development services side. The second piece with regards to funding, so looking at the feasibility study that we have an application for out at the moment, the ask from FCM is $93,600. If successful with that grant funding, we see that as a funding source for this position in 2023. We believe that we are going to be successful. We followed up with our contractor who we're working with to submit that application today, actually. And then as Mr. Brennan has mentioned as well too, this is a bit of a stopgap for 2023. So the township is currently contributing $133,000 annually to our Green and Climate Action Infrastructure Reserve Fund. This position with all the additional expenses and benefits, mileage, that sort of thing, depending on where it's placed on the grid, could fall anywhere from 80 to 90, roughly $90,000. So there is opportunity to fund this from that greening reserve for the long term as well. The only thing that I would add is that those funds that were being transferred to the Green and Climate Action Reserve Fund would find their way into our regular operating budget. So the contribution, the 133 to that reserve every year would be reduced. Do I see that as an issue? No, I don't. We saw that as a wonderful first step in past years to steer us in the right direction to contributing to this need. But will greenhouse reduction projects find their way into our regular capital portfolio? Yes. Will they find their way into our regular operations? Yes. So this greening reserve is not necessary for that. So we could be left with, you know, roughly $40,000 in that reserve, and that could still be used to fund some of our climate action specific projects that our environmental coordinators doing, maybe continue to provide some additional project specific supports to volunteer groups like Tweak, that sort of thing. So that is an option that we think would work for 2023. However, it is depending on the whether we're successful with the grant application.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Do we have a timeline for when we could expect to hear back?
I don't, but I can get one for council.
Councillor Schwint.
On this position, I don't have a problem spending the money on green initiatives, but I want them to make a difference in the environment. And I think we can get a whole lot better bang for our buck coming up with projects another way than through a staff position that will be looking at a whole bunch of various little things and not be experts in any one particular field. my suggestion would be we could get more value, more information, more accomplishments by having a committee of educated residents who have an interest in the environment and green initiatives, coming up with ideas, working with staff and council, suggesting them to various departments, that those departments would be responsible for incorporating in their business plans and make a real difference in the carbon footprint of the township. To me, that's a few $1,000s investment to get some great ideas versus a full-time staff position that might get the same outcome, but won't have as varied a source of information and may not be as effective. So I just couldn't support that right now.
Mr. Brannaman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you to council. Yeah, and to Councillor Schwint's comments, I certainly can understand where you're coming from. And we certainly have benefited over the years from a strong volunteer base. And the support of that, certainly in greening and sustainability initiatives. But, further to the delegations that were here, one of the things that we did discuss even through our own budget process was the fact that over the last number of years, we've actually had a greening levy. If you recall, during the budget process, we said we did away with the greening levy because we said the last council endorsed the 80 by 50 transform WR strategy and also the 50 by 30. There are close to, I think, 50 actions that are our responsibility in the transform WR strategy to get down from the 80% by 2050. I don't know whether a volunteer group would have the capacity to execute on all of the work that would need to be done to implement those priorities and those actions. That's why other townships are looking at either part-time or the smaller ones are looking at part-time. The larger ones like Wilmot are looking at full-time, because all of the councils throughout the region said, yep, we buy in completely to the transform WR strategy. And so again, our concern is we don't have any in-house expertise on staff to be able to execute on that 80 by 50 plan. But it was endorsed by the last council. You can see that there's an expectation from the community partners that we deliver on that. We won't be able to effectively and efficiently deliver on that. It would take us a lot longer than 2050 to execute on the 80% without sufficient resources. And again, it always gets back to that. We all across the region bought into a plan. That plan will sit on the shelf unless there's sufficient resources. And I understand, Councillor Schwint, what you're hoping to accomplish through the volunteers. I'm just not so sure we would have sufficient time on behalf of a large enough volunteer committee to execute on all those. Maybe it's just I'm not confident, based on past experience.
Follow-up question I could, Mayor Schatz. Is there shortage of resources in terms of people power that is missing, or are we better off spending that money on when that capital project happens to make it more green? And invests like extra $100,000 in the Memorial Center on their energy plant versus a person here coming up with ideas is my question.
Yeah, and I appreciate that perspective. Sitting here tonight, I'm not sure. I guess you'd have to do a business case analysis for what would be more effective. I was just really trying to address more of the volunteer versus full-time, but I understand your point, Councillor Schwint, is if we're still able to act on the capital programs or the projects, that would be most effective in addressing the reduction in the carbon footprint, I think we'd have to run an analysis on that.
Councillor Burgess, then Grant, and then Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor Schatz. Yeah, we right now have Tweak and Trees for Woolwich that have a great group of volunteers that are very engaged in helping out in the environment. And recently we just created the WEAC committee, the Woolwich Environmental Advisory Committee. And I know that was designed for stuff like this, because a lot of them have the expertise in those fields. So I'd be interested on seeing how they get engaged and what kind of hours and experience and what they can bring to the table. And if I could put Councillor Grant on the spot, I think she's one of the delegates there. And if she could just maybe touch on it if she's met with them yet.
You're next on my list. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Shots, to Councillor Burgess. I'm meeting with them for the first time next week, so it's still very much up in the air. But just I wanted to echo David's points about putting this on the back of volunteers, and I wanted to kind of challenge of whether or not that's fair. As we saw from the delegates, they are very passionate about this topic. They are working very hard on this issue. But I do think that at a certain point, we have gone beyond the capacity of volunteers alone to do this work. And I don't know if it's fair to ask for volunteers to dedicate their time to coming up with solutions that we should be coming up with in-house. So I would be open to perhaps having a climate manager that's a part-time, but I would still really like to see this in-house and have us develop our own experts within the township.
Can I get Ms. Freeze to just talk a little bit about WEAC and what their mandate is, and then I'll get to Councillor Cahill.
Yeah, so we'll be having our very first meeting. I guess it will be next week. And the idea behind WEAC is that they would be able to help assist us with larger policy-like documents from an environmental perspective. So things like, while we're working on our official plan, they could provide some comments on the environmental policies. They would not be able to do things that have a very fast turnaround because of the availability of the volunteer base. So commenting on applications from environmental perspective on development applications, we wouldn't be asking them to do something like that. Looking at developing green building standards, we could get them involved with that to assist and to help us through, but we would still need that staff support side of it to get something to council, and there may be a funding allotment for that as well. But yeah, we're really trying to focus on, meetings that are once a month. So it's and then it's got to be a little bit of their own initiatives as well, so they could take on projects, but meeting once a month, they're not going to have a lot of extra time to do things. But so the expectations are not as high as an individual staff person.
I would add that I think the important benefit, I suppose, of this position is bringing all of the pieces together. So we've got a number of volunteer committees that are doing what they're passionate about individually. We've got different departments doing their pieces. We've got parks, planting trees, maintaining trees. We've got contractors maybe doing lawn maintenance, and we've got the planners planning all the things that they plan and trying to incorporate the greening piece in there. So the value I see in this position is being able to pull those initiatives together to create this outcome that we want, the 30 by 50. Yeah, the numbers. I always have to write them down. That's where I see the real value. So, I mean, we can hash this out for sure and see where it lands. Councillor Cahill.
I'll take over and save you there. I'll start by saying I agree absolutely with this conception of the volunteers in Woolwich being second to none. Absolutely, without a doubt, the passion and the expertise they bring is so appreciated, especially on this file. But we can't really conflate that expertise and passion with true accountability. That accountability needs to rest with us here at this council table. And if we're not seeing action on this file, maybe there is a need for a staff member to really have that accountability measure. And so I point back at the fact that I feel that this does need to be positioned kind of within the CAO office. And I think that there's opportunities for us to really target some grants to really bring in revenue for the township, it would be a win-win. Not only are we greening our township, not only are we bringing in revenue to combat climate change, but we're also getting services that the residents can benefit from. So I guess the challenge would be, and you know, CAO Brennan, and I kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier in the week when I asked, you know, looking at the budget for economic development and, you know, wouldn't it be nice if we could have all of our departments have revenue streams that equal the expenditures? Do you think that this is one of those positions that could actually generate as much, if not more revenue than the position itself would cost?
Mr. Brennan, and it's 50 by 30 and 80 by 50. I got it.
Or 80 by 50 and 50 by 30. Just teasing. So I guess I would say it this way. I get, and if I'm not, sorry, if I'm to understand you, Councillor Cadeau, you know, what you saw probably through the council orientation process and even through the budget process was, yes, within economic development and tourism, there's a lot of grant applications that are filled out and we're able to leverage a lot of dollars. Certainly that would be a strong component of this position. You know, we would be looking to go after the Green Fund through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We'd be looking to go after any money that the federal government put out under sustainability and climate change, the province as well. There would be opportunities to hit up the TD Bank Green Fund if they still have it. I'm going from memory, things like that. There's, you know, there's both government and private sector sources for this. So certainly I think, you know, the way I would describe it is, yes, there's always benefit in having a dedicated position where part of their job would be to have the necessary time, because any of the staff in the departments that fill out applications for, just ask Jared, you know, what it is for his staff and infrastructure services to fill out the infrastructure type of grants for federal and provincial funding. It's time consuming, but in the end, it's worthwhile when we're successful. And we certainly would enjoy the opportunity of not missing out on any opportunities and putting, you know, putting our best foot forward. So yes, I certainly can understand where you're coming from and can see some benefit in that.
Councillor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Yeah, as everyone's been saying, it's a tough budget year, but we're want to get involved in this green stuff and make it a priority. Just bouncing off Councillor Bonnie's comment about not wanting to hire any more than 3 people. Could you ever consider a hybrid position? Like a lot of the green stuff is like sustainable planning, 15-minute communities, or looking at green infrastructure. So could that ever be combined, even just in the short term, with a senior planner role? And then if we're getting good results or they get too busy, could then be split in a future year?
Mr. Brennan.
I love all these what if scenarios. What I'd like to actually draw into that, Councillor Burgess, is you know, a discussion that certainly Mr. Vanderhoff and Mr. Petherick and I have had. We certainly can see over the next few years in actually creating, just like you saw in the budget process, a significant section within the corporate budget that deals with sustainability, climate change. And let us not forget, former Councillor Bauman was here to talk about where we're going long-term in terms of, you know, the benefits around tree pruning and maintaining our trees. And I guess to, you know, Councillor Schwint's earlier comment, you know, sometimes where are the biggest bangs for buck? We often talk as township staff, that's where it's great in terms of our volunteer base. I mean, there's nothing like tree planting, and now there's ways to calculate what that actual impact is with respect to reducing our carbon footprint. So, you know, I think in fairness, though, if I also read your question correct, Councillor Burgess, one of the things we did discuss through the budget is there's at times, it's at times a challenge to say, will we be able to find somebody that can do sustainability, climate change, arborist, and everything else under the sun? You know, and I embellish here for a reason though, because here's for example, last year the Township of Wilmot initially debated having a full-time position that would do sustainability, and they also would write grants for all departments across the corporation. It's my understanding. That's a pretty challenging position to find. I do think though, one of the things we talked about, one of the things we did talk about during the budget was we may be successful like the approach we used in terms of our reorg. We brought on a human resource generalist position. The original recommendation from the consultant was to bring on a human resources manager. We felt though, based on the size of our organization and the diversity in which all staff need to have here, that we would like to create a generalist position and see that position evolve over time. I would hope, but want to do some additional research, that if we could get the right person who had an education background in, say, the environmental sciences, you know, say at Waterloo or somewhere like that, and had that diversity of experience, touch points and experience in sustainability and climate change, maybe perhaps an understanding tree management and things like that, it may be a generalist position is the best place to start, right? As opposed to a manager. I know that that's not what some of the community advocates had suggest. You want a manager, but that certainly might be a best place to start, like what we did in HR, and see the position evolve from a generalist to something more than that. I hope that addresses your question.
Mr. Vanderhoff?
Yeah, just waiting for my video. Thanks, Mayor Shantz, for you. Just to further add to Mr. Brenneman's comments as well, too, we do currently have our environmental coordinator whose role is split between work on trails, work with the community groups, and work in the environmental piece. And we have found that following adoption of the Transform Waterloo strategy, we have not been able to implement the 45 initiatives that have been a requirement of us. And I would now, just because I have the floor, I would like to share just a few additional, just a few points of the 45 initiatives that are a requirement of the township to carry forward. And one of them is related to community outreach. So I'll just read two for council. So it's not, and reasoning behind this, I just want to point out that it's not a strictly a projects position or a policy position, but it is very unique. And two are implement a public literacy campaign to explain and promote the adoption of electric heat pumps for space and water heating in residential and commercial buildings. So community outreach. And then another is collaborate with the Mennonite communities and rural townships to build customized energy transition support to meet their unique needs. So it is a broad position, and it's not one that's, you know, I see as something that it could be a shift, a bigger shift to capital dollars, because there are these other pieces, community outreach with the planning department, corporate wide within RCS, that sort of thing. So yeah, hope that provides some additional context for council. Thanks.
Thank you. Would there be a possibility down the road that this position could be parceled out to different departments, similar to how you described the engineering position, Mr. Patrick?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, it's definitely a possibility, because I think really the big thing is that, you know, this is such a big, broad subject matter, and there's a lot of needs. And I think it's getting back into what exactly do we need this position to do? What is really Woolwich's needs? And how would that be shaped going forward? So in the future, can I see that shaping up that way? Absolutely. But it also it could mean like that's additional positions that would be able to be sparsed out into like different areas, maybe capital or something like that. But I think we need to kind of think about whether we want to take that first step and then say, okay, so we can start to understand what this position is exactly going to do. What are we going to get them to do? What have they been able to accomplish? And then we can start to move forward from there.
Can you remind council what is sitting in the greening reserve? Or close?
Yeah, so right now we I think as Mr. Vanderhoff was indicating, we do shift in 193,000 into the reserve fund every year. That is what we have built into the budget. The current budget as proposed to council is primarily going to be utilizing most of that. I think by the end of the year, there would only be the end of 2023, there would only be like a few $1,000s left. So I think in my mind, some of the discussions we said was, would council, because previous councils were not supportive of this, but would this council be supportive, maybe even in the interim, to say, can we utilize some of these dollars to be able to actually onboard somebody? And then when would we want to onboard somebody, so we can kind of understand what those costs may mean. But I think if we were to utilize some of those funds from that reserve fund, I think the first thing that needs to be addressed is whether we're actually going to be successful in that feasibility study. We've got some pretty good assurances that we probably will, but it'd be nice to know that we did before we actually made that decision. So I don't want to put any towards any of the other departments' mouths or maybe step out of line in a suggestion, but maybe that's the first step we need to do, is to say, let's get this grant approval in place, and then maybe we can come back to council and say, we got the grant, we have available funding. Maybe we can actually come up with, like, here's the justification for this position, and some thought around what it would actually do in the short term, I suppose.
Okay, Councillor Cadeau and then Schwint. Councillor Schwint.
Sure thing. Mr. Petherick made a lot of good points there about doing things in order. And what I'm hearing is we all want to do something for sustainability and environment and do the right thing. And council's united on that. I haven't heard a clear job description, goals, or what will be accomplished by this climate coordinator. And before I could support that, I would need that, because I want to move the needle if we're going to invest that much money. Woolwich declared a climate emergency 20-something. If we actually did that, and we did, I would assume that every department, part of their business plan, there's time devoted to making things greener. So how do we do that more effectively and say there's a budget available to each department for that? Right now, what I'm hearing is we hire a climate coordinator to make us feel better, generate reports on what's already happening, hoping to find money that we probably would apply for anyway, and not have a net benefit to the township or the environment.
Okay. Oops,
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Cadeau.
To that point, a concern that I share, and it's a concern that constituents have brought up to me as well. So valid point. To that point, I think that I would echo the question around the timeline. I know that in the budget, we have some studies being conducted that'll do that environmental assessment. So maybe the timeline for this position should coincide more with the completion of that study, not kind of the initiation. Well, at the same time, I recognize having somebody on staff kind of navigating through that process might give them some valuable context that they can put to use. So, I mean, it's a tricky one. I think that, if we were to move forward with approval of this in the immediate term, there's a lot of risk associated with that. So could we position it so that this is a temporary position, like an overage, that, if we can prove the proof of concept and it works, and it's kind of, not just getting the low level, initiatives, the check boxes to make us feel good. If they're actually making, meaningful change, then it could be something that we consider extending. But, if 2 years in, we see it's just not working out the way that we had hoped, maybe there is some sort of sunset clause that we just allow the funding for this to evaporate. And I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas, and I'd be interested to hear people's thoughts on any of that.
Mr. Brenneman.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to council, further to what Mr. Petherick says or said, certainly through this budget process, you see the way we normally operate in terms of bringing positions forward. You had a staffing justification form that was filled out as part of the budget. You also have had 2 presentations, detailed presentations from department heads. On this particular position, you've had passionate community members speak to the issue. I think we've also acknowledged that it was on our radar, but it's just a matter of setting priorities. And I like the idea that we would come back, just like what we did through the budget process, with appropriate staffing report and justification and rationale. That also would allow us to demonstrate to council, through the Transform WR strategy that all councils endorsed, those actions that I identified previously. What are the tangibles that we would need to move on to hopefully justify how we would move the dial? Because the Transform WR strategy was prepared in a way to outline priorities and actions to meet 80 by 50. That's, the principle of what was set up. So, staff have already identified potential ways to fund this, should we be successful. So waiting, some in the community would say we've already waited too long. However, appreciate council's perspective, and we can certainly roll with that if council would like a staffing report back from staff.
If we ask for a staffing report, as well as an update on, where we stand on the 50 by 30, 80 by 50, 80 by 50, 50 by 30, that is easier to say. Where we stand on those initiatives, and whether someone in a specific position would help us achieve those, and what that would look like if we were to get that. What time frame could we expect that report? And then if we wanted to move ahead with it, where would we find the funds, or would that be part of that report?
So that would be part of the report, but further to what Acting Director Vanderhoff had said, the funds may flow out of the answers we get on the grant funding. Yeah, and hence, if council was supportive also as a temporary measure of using the greening levy, where those projects are funded out of.
So, Councillor Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you. I'm open to the idea of the greening levy paying for the climate initiative, but it'd be great to get the funding from the government, but that's a one-time grant and not funding a long-term. And now we're just pushing off that the increase to next year kind of thing. So I would like to not go above the 8.5. So if we are looking for a funding situation, I would like to see some other long-term cuts we could make to fund that position.
Understood.
Mr. Vanderhoff, did you want to add something? I saw you turned your video on.
Lost my train of thought now. It was with regards to
It happens
Mr.
to the
Brennan was
best of
saying.
us.
It's a thing tonight.
Oh, I think it was just with regards to timing. There we go. What staff can do is look into, it's an open application with FCM, so we can reach out to them, see what timing looks like to determine whether we're successful or not. And then at that time, once we have an answer, I think it's appropriate for staff to bring a justification report back. We know that the funding will be available to fund the position, and then, yeah, we can go from there.
Council, how does that sound?
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Councillor Grant.
Yeah, I would be in support of seeing kind of a job justification with some concrete goals. I do want to echo Councillor Burgess's concerns that if we're relying on a one-time funding, that this is not indicative of long-term planning. And that's what at the core I'd really like us to start working towards, is in not just like indicating, but actually putting our money where our mouth is when it comes to long-term climate action. But I would be in support of kind of waiting and seeing, and then getting that report from staff.
Councillor Schwind.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Richard, sorry. What's the timeline if you're successful in the grant for the study to occur? Is it a 1-year project? Is it 6 months? How long do you see it taking?
Mr. Vanderhoff?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Counselor. I think we are looking at under a year for the feasibility study to be completed. And based on conversations today, I'm hopeful that we'll hear whether we're successful or not within the next month or so. But that I should add too, that feasibility study will be very much so capital project driven, provide direction for capital projects at our facilities, those 4 or 5 facilities that are being included.
Councillor Schwinn, did you have a follow-up? And then
I guess.
write it down, Councillor.
So I guess with those timelines in mind, my preference would be that we wait for the feasibility study to happen, understand the results, and then at next year's budget, we're better prepared to understand what we need in terms of HR to move green initiatives forward and where the funding can come from. I'll admit, I just couldn't support right now funding a staff person from the greening levy. Council previous to us were pretty adamant, I believe, that was for capital or long-term items, that wasn't for staffing. So I'd hate to have that money robbed for short-term needs.
Okay, Councillor Cadell.
Yeah, along the same train of thought, I'm glad I wrote it down because I did kind of lose it there for a brief moment. Is this green levy, if we're undergoing this study, should we be looking at stabilizing that green levy so that when we get some of those results, we can hit the ground running and addressing some of them with some, cash in hand?
Mr. Vanderhoff.
Yeah, through your Shantz to Council. I think that that the Greening Climate Action Infrastructure Reserve Fund was a wonderful idea, and it was a first step that was introduced by the previous council. But like I had said earlier tonight, I think that long-term greening and climate action initiatives need to be built into the regular work of the township. They will find their ways into regular projects whether it's Maryhill fire replacement and solar is a part of that project and heat pumps are a part of that project. They're not separate items. They don't need their own funding source that is only spent on those greening initiatives. I think it just needs to become entrenched in what we do every single day.
Anyone else? Do we need any more direction on that? Okay, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we're okay to kind of progress forward past staffing at this moment in time, I want to take you back to debenture. It is something we talked about at the first budget meeting when Mr. Pay did his capital program for 2023 and even the forecast in 2024, and there were some debenturing requirements in that. You will see that I gave council an analysis sheet. And it's also attached to the tonight's council package. That analysis sheet really kind of speaks to what the debentures being proposed would look like from a repayment perspective, how much the total cost of that debenture would be. And I used a 10-year and a 20-year because those are the rates that I had available. And as well, kind of where those repayments would lie. Because there are some repayments that are going to be within the operating budget, the general operating budget, and there are others that are going to be either DC, and you'll see those in 24, and even the North Sanitary Pumping Station that falls within the sewer budget. So I think one of the things, of course, I could be happy to walk the council with what I provided them. I should probably also say, though, that also within that analysis, I also provided what council was requesting was what debentures do we still have, what's outstanding of them. So, like the amount, and then how long are they still outstanding for, and then what the repayment amounts were. So I did provide that, and I'd be happy to walk through any of that if council has any questions on those. But I would also want to say, though, that from a debenturing perspective, I think there's two things that I'm always looking at. It's the project itself and then the funding source of it. So if council's not supportive necessarily of the funding source, but they're supportive of the project, I think that's very important for council or for staff to understand and to hear, because it may be, we want this project to proceed forward, but we're not happy with, or we're not comfortable with utilizing debt on it. We'd like you to find another funding source, or we'd like to figure out like a different way of funding it, something to that effect. Because, you know, it kind of helps us shape even our future programs. So, you know, council may even say, this may not even be the year. We say, we're okay, we realize that we might have to do some debenture funding, but we don't want to do it this year. These are the types of things I think from a staff perspective, we'd like to hear from council that will actually help us take shape of what 2023 is going to look like in its final form. So with that, I'm going to stop there and next sort of open the floor back to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Debentures, who wants to start? Councillor Cadeau.
I have a concern with Beale Street Bridge. I'm not saying that I could never get behind the project in and of itself. This year, I think that we should defer. To the point, I think that I had some questions for Director Poupé, if he's still on. Just around, you know, are there outstanding needs that really should be met if we were to push this to 2024? You know, I remember hearing turnarounds for snowplows, for example. Is there anything that, if we decided to defer this, that we really should be paying attention to?
Thank you. To you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Cadeau. Yeah, I think that is a deficiency at the end of both roadways on either side of the bridge. I think that is important to do. Now, I guess I would say that we've been without them for this length of time as well. So, you know, I guess that really it is a council decision on, if we're not interested in debenturing to this topic on that, we would live with the condition as exists today. And it sounds like, you know, depending on what that decision is, if council's saying, I guess the term would be important, right? To understand what would council consider to push that project to, if that was what they were going to do, you know, how far down the road. And I think that would, you know, our answer would be dependent on sort of that term. If we're talking 1 year, I think we could survive. If we're talking longer, I think we'd want to have a plan in place to implement turnarounds there, as well as the completion of the pedestrian conversion for Peel Street. So,
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you to Jared. The Peel Street Bridge, does it include the turnarounds in that cost, or are they a totally separate item?
through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Brent, it is wholly contained in that $2.75 million.
Okay, so without that, what would the cost of the turnarounds be in proportion to the actual cost of the bridge?
We are looking at, I'd say about $400,000 for turnarounds on both ends to be constructed.
That's 400 each or 400 for the two?
Total. That is total.
Okay, and then I support doing the bridge because I know the residents really want to see this move forward. And of course, I'm part of the Heritage Committee, so of course I'm going to support that particular item. But Greenhouse Road, I have a question. What's the life expectancy of that culvert if we were to try and push that one back? How many years before it's in really bad shape?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Bryan, it is deficient. There's no question about it right now. It is not in good condition. I think that we would look, we could again manage with a year or two, but I think we're getting I guess the real risk is this: we will inspect it continually, and there may be a recommendation by an engineer to close, and that's really what that would result in. So again, depending on what council's appetite is for that, but that would really be the result is ultimate closure until such time that we replaced it or repaired it. But sorry, I apologize. It is replacement only. There's no rehabilitation option.
No rehabilitation on that.
No. It's definitely at the end of its useful life for sure.
Okay, so that's an item that should be done, is what I'm asking. So that is the case.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grant. You're muted.
Sorry, thought I had it. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to the rest of council, I would like to echo Councillor Bryant's support of the Peel Street Bridge. I feel that this has been something that the residents have been clear that they've wanted this for several years. I think it is a project that is easy for us to push off year after year, and I really fear that next year we'll be having this conversation again about the Peel Street Bridge and finding justification for pushing it off. Just a reminder that it's been closed for 5 years, which is a long time for a community to be absent of that. So I will be fully transparent in saying that this is a huge red line for me, that the exclusion of the Peel Street Bridge from the budget would be very hard for me to approve.
Okay. Councillor Burgess.
Thanks, Mayor Shantz. Yeah, through you to council, I guess. Yeah, I've heard from a lot of residents too that this is very important to them, and it's been pushed off over and over again, and delays often just increase the price. So I'd be supportive of moving ahead too. Like residents talked about, they don't have a lot, there's no sidewalks there, no community center, no public playgrounds. There's not a lot of places for them to go. And if they want to go for a walk, they kind of got to walk down the busy Catherine Street. So although there's a lot of money for this bridge, I am support. I even printed this picture that no one will probably be able to see. But it was just, it's not empirical evidence, but basically it just showed on a winter's day, he said it was a day after a snowfall, and there's just hundreds and hundreds of footprints there, just showing how much it is used. And yeah, just talking to different residents just in this last week, they talked about great cycling routes. They remember being there as a kid, playing on the bridge, etc. So I'm in support of that.
Councillor Cadeau and then Schwint.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, general question, if anybody has the answer, I welcome it. Is the bridge actually designated a heritage site as it sits right now?
Through you, Mayor Shantz to Councillor Cadeau, no, it is not.
So I recognize, well, there may be some heritage value associated with it. Without that designation, it's really hard for us to, seek partnerships with other levels of government to secure funding, to ensure that, we can move forward with a project of this magnitude without, assuming a large amount of debt. I mean, that's really what is holding me back on this. I mean, you can't lose sight that this is a bridge for pedestrian use, and it's costing us, depending on the term, if we go 20 years, $3.7 million. With the infrastructure deficit we have, is our money most aptly put here, or is it addressing some of the other, key infrastructure challenges that we're going to face as a community? I have a really hard time supporting this piece because of that, and it's that infrastructure deficit. And if it's, going into debt to build affordable housing, I think is one thing, but to build a bridge for pedestrian use, it's not quite the same for me. So I don't know. I'm torn with this one. I recognize that the residents of Winterbourne have expressed frustration over years of, what may seem like a lack of interest at this council table. I would suggest that it's not lack of interest. I recognize the frustration. At the same time, there are a lot of people that struggle with a lot of tough decisions that they have to make around whether or not to go into debt for whatever the case may be. So, I mean, we heard staff justify tooth and nail for some of the positions. I don't know that I've heard the same justification for this, and it may be that I'm too new to the community, don't have that history, and I apologize up front if it seems callous. It's not how I'm trying to come across. I just, out of all of the things in the budget, this is what was keeping me up at night. So I'm just giving you my honest opinion on that.
Councillor Schwint, Bryant, and then Burgess.
So I really share the same concerns Councillor Cadeau has on this bridge. And I understand the frustrations in the community, but I also wonder if we've done a disservice as a township in not having better conversation about, is the bridge really what we want to have for Winterbourne, or there's some other pieces of infrastructure that may be more valuable to more people at a different price point. Because for pedestrian only bridge, it seems like a lot of money for people who use it on weekends or not as often as we'd like to see a piece of infrastructure used. So I wonder if the right answer isn't we're trying to ignore winter burn. Is the right answer? How can we best provide services for all our communities that maybe are lacking infrastructure and find more appropriate ways to help them out on this bridge?
Councillor Bryant.
From a heritage perspective, this is one of the last two remaining steel truss bridges we have in the township. We've already lost the one at Middlebrook Road. And the residents are very passionate about their heritage. We were looking at designating this bridge, but it just hasn't happened because funding has been an issue as far as heritage goes as well to get some things completed. But I think the community has always had a very strong relationship with this bridge as far as their recreation, their life has revolved around this bridge. It's been the view sheds, there's been filming done there, there's been weddings, and it means a lot to the community. So I cannot justify not supporting it.
Councillor Bryant, is you're on the Heritage Committee and
Yes.
interested in it. I thought that it was one of the last remaining in the province. Am I wrong on that?
You're wrong on that. The last two in Woolwich. We have the Glasgow Street Bridge and this one, and then we've lost the one in Middlebrook that we share with Alora, Centre Wellington.
Okay.
That one's
Thank
being
you.
destroyed.
Councillor Burgess.
Yeah, just going off Councillor Schwinn's comment there, I'm wondering if Director of Rec could comment on that, a possibility of other infrastructure in Woolwich. I know I had talked to you before, but go ahead.
Mr. Vanderhoff.
Yeah, through Mayor Sean's to council. Just to provide a bit of background on Winterburn and maybe the absence of some rec specific facilities. The township did partner with the school in Winterburn on the playground at the park there, just recognizing that there are no formal parks within Winterburn. Really, this stems from a lack of development in Winterburn. And in order, the township owns two properties, significant of any size, sorry, in Winterburn, one being a cemetery and another one being floodplain woodlot next to the river. That's all the lands that we own. So opportunities for us to simply introduce a park is difficult. We would need to purchase land. But we are hopeful that through, and I'm gonna, come full circle here and draw on comments from Ann MacArthur. The Parks Master Plan that we're completing with DS, with Development Services, should help us address some of these needs and identify what we need to do in Winterburn based on population size, demographics, distance to parks, that sort of thing. So this is something that we recognize. It's been brought up by previous council. There's been lots of discussion on this topic and something that we're hopeful we can address in the coming years.
Councillor Burgess.
Thank you. Would you have a timeline on the coming years? Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Yeah, no worries to your restaurants. So I think the plan, so we were hoping to complete the Parks Master Plan in 2022. Now it's being pushed off to 2023. However, we are getting some assistance and we've kind of actually shifted gears and handed it off somewhat to Development Services to help us with. Timing has really just been driven by the introduction of the new legislation that requires a Parks Master Plan in order for us to take cash in lieu of parkland. So I'm hopeful. There's been lots of work done already. We just need to pull everything together. There's been lots of public consultation, that sort of thing. So we need to pull everything together. We need to get some assistance from consultant, and hopeful 2023 is reasonable. And Mrs. Freeze can feel free to speak up if she doesn't think that timeline is fair, but I think 2023 makes sense. And then from there, we can have some direction. And if we need to introduce amenities, that sort of thing in the capital program, we'll bring that forward in 2024.
Right, May, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Director Vupe. I don't want to delay the project anymore, but is there any way we could still apply for funding from the government if we were to make it a vehicle bridge, since that would be more likely to receive a grant from them? Is that something we could look at still?
Through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Burgess, because there is a council resolution that has dictated that it be a pedestrian conversion, then the only way you wouldn't get upper government funding that would be contrary to a council resolution, I guess is probably the simplest way to say that. So if it was council's will to change the recommendation from the environmental assessment, then council would have to decide to open up the environmental assessment process again, go through more public engagement, and with the potential for the same outcome, but it could be a different outcome as well if that was council's will. But that would be the process. So we would not, at a staff level, be able to apply for funding outside of what the recommendation is for pedestrian only. And to that point, it would be difficult to seek upper government funding for pedestrian only bridge, just given the nature of its location. It's really not connecting to a lot of other pedestrian facilities. So it really is specific to the Winterburn community in that case. So I think that does create its own challenges based on the decision that currently is there. So really, that's why it was always envisioned, I guess, as a debenture for the construction piece.
Just to follow up, so just for clarification, do we currently have the EA for the pedestrian, or is that something we still need to get?
No, through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Burgess, the EA is complete, and the decision was ratified by council to convert the current Peel Street Bridge to pedestrian only, and that's what has been designed, and it would be ready for tender.
So that initial studies and costing on the different options, including the vehicle bridge, that didn't include an EA on that side. It was just strictly a pedestrian after the fact.
So sorry, for clarification, the environmental assessment process is really a public engagement piece to vet a whole slew of options available. Environmental assessments typically look at a do nothing option. We did look at rehabilitation. We did look at replacement. We looked at a new bridge. We did look at pedestrian conversion. So there was a whole host of options that were vetted. At the end of the day, it was council decision to proceed with a pedestrian conversion only. So the only way to then change that decision would be to reopen either through an amendment or an additional environmental assessment. Now, to say all that, a lot of the legwork's already been done behind that, but we've just been proceeding on the approved recommendation from the EA. So all of that background work has been complete, and the decision was for pedestrian conversion.
Thank you.
Councillor Grant, and then Cadeau.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you to the rest of the council, just a couple points. The one was just in regards to reopening an EA. I think that would just be seen as another delay. We've already gone through the process of those 4 different steps. And I feel that we are far enough in the planning that any sort of regression back on that would just be seen as delaying to the residents of Winterburn. The other point I wanted to make is that the bridge serves an important node for the community, a connection for the community. That river runs right through the community. I've spoken with a number of residents who enjoy visiting people on the other side of the river, and they either have to get into their vehicle and drive around to visit them, or they have to walk down the busy Catherine Street. And I think with the lack of infrastructure in community centers, in a park at Winterburn, that the bridge is at the bare minimum a form of community for the residents of Winterburn. So once again, I just want to reiterate that I think we have pushed off over the past couple of years this bridge project, and that the residents are rightly so upset and frustrated that it seems that we are once again discussing pushing it off again.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you. Through you to Director Pupeg, refresh my memory. The EA is good for 10 years, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
And we're year 2, 1 into the EA. 3, maybe we'll go with 3 for a nice odd number.
I believe it's 2, but I would have to confirm that.
And I'll just, there is time is on our side. And I know that the residents of Winterborn aren't going to want to hear that, but time is on our side. We don't have to go full steam ahead with this. We can look to designate this bridge a heritage site. We can look to other levels of government to try to help us and partner with us so that we can, manage this without assuming a large quantity of debt. And I would put it back out there to council. That might be something that we just want to pause on, take a breath, be strategic and deliberate about how we want to proceed with this. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to ask the residents to, you know, take on as a burden for the next 10 or 20 years.
Councillor Schwint.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Bryant, just some background on why this bridge hasn't been designated a historical bridge yet and what the process is to get that done.
Councillor Bryant.
The process would be getting a write-up done and having it come to council, and we can designate it. It's that simple, but it's a matter of the cost of the write-up. I don't know what that would be. I would think that's something Deanne would be better equipped to answer, or possibly Jared. But without a designation, we cannot move forward with anything with that bridge.
Sorry, Mayor Shantz, through you to both, I guess, Councillor Brian and Schwint. The one piece that's important to understand on the bridge from a designation perspective is that it's to determine what is the heritage significance too. So you can pick and choose through a designation on what you're going to elect to deem to be heritage value and significance.
Right.
So that, you know, is it the stringers or the deck or the whole, like it gets to be interesting in that sense. And one thing that just from a bit of background perspective and would be that staff have not moved forward on that simply because it's just recognized the significance of those structures and felt that the funding available through heritage, and it was talked about in 2021 when we were going through the process, and I can confirm that it was 2021 when the decision was made to Councillor Cadeau's question, but it was around $50,000. Like, it wasn't the significant amount of money. It wasn't certainly in the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars required, I guess, to support that. So it's certainly something that is at the decision of council what they want to do, but just appreciate that you could simply pick and choose what you deem to be of heritage value on a structure as well. And yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and Councillor Brown was accurate in the sense that we have 3 steel truss structures, and one in Middlebrook Place was the decision was made to remove it at a future year, and that's obviously not in the budget this year. And Glasgow Street, we did receive really 73% of the cost to rehabilitate Glasgow Street was provided by both the province and the federal government.
And in order to designate the Peel Street Bridge, we're losing most of that historic structure by turning it into a pedestrian bridge, are we not?
Through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Bryant, I think that what's happening is the deck is shrinking. That's from a liability and risk perspective as well, to ensure it's pedestrian only. It will not be intended for any motor vehicle at all. But what you see today will be what you see. And I think Glasgow would give you a bit of a good example of, you know, looking to provide and fabricate members that are, you know, have to be specially done to sort of continue on. So I think generally speaking, you will see the same look, but yeah, there are members, and part of the cost driver too is because once a more detailed evaluation of the bridge was underway, it was realized that more of the bridge had deteriorated. That's really part of the jump from the EA cost to the cost we have now too, because the EA does look at things at a higher level, and it's not until staff were provided with the direction from council to drill into the detailed design that it was realized that there was more deterioration than had first thought. So I just wanted to give that context as well.
Yeah, and I don't think we would qualify for heritage funding based on the changes we're making to that bridge. So I don't think there is any funding there for that, but I could be wrong.
Councillor Schwint.
So I guess follow up on that information. 73% of 2.7 million is a fair bit of a difference to our budget, and to spend a year to make the heritage designation and the application, even if we get 25 or 50%, that goes a long way to building a park somewhere else or replacing another bridge. So maybe Councillor Cadeau is right, and we need to do this deliberately in order to maximize the dollars available federally or provincially.
Mr. Poupey.
Sorry, Mayor Shantz, just for clarity, I want to make sure that council is aware that the difference between the Glasgow and the Peel Street Bridge and why we were successful, I would say, on the Glasgow submission for funding was we were able to demonstrate that it provided a link both for vehicular traffic as well as pedestrians. And obviously it was an important, it had historical significance, obviously. So I think it's also important to note that we tried on 2 other occasions before we were successful. So there is no guarantee that we would receive money. And I think the real piece I do want to highlight is that unlike Glasgow, Peel Street is unique in that it really is providing an opportunity, obviously, for the residents of Winterburn to enjoy the scenic views. But we would really struggle with providing an application that would promote pedestrian connectivity. That seems to be something that you have to demonstrate, obviously, and you're going really across the river to a gravel roadway. There is no pedestrian facilities there. I appreciate all the benefits that do come with the conversion, but I think from a provincial and federal level, it's not going to likely rise up on their radar for providing funding. So I would just want to caution council that we certainly would try to apply. But I think we have different challenges for this particular bridge than we did with Glasgow. And Glasgow wasn't an easy sell either.
Councillor Kiddo.
Thanks. This might seem like a silly question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If it's converted to pedestrian, where do the horses and buggies kind of fit into that? Is that vehicular or is that more pedestrian?
And through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Cadeau, so it is not to be rehabilitated to support horse and buggy traffic. It is pedestrian only.
Councillor Burgess. Oh.
Just question on getting funds from the government for an application. If we move ahead right away with building it, can we still apply and get funding even though we're halfway done the project, or does it have to be all in, submitted, get your approval before we even start?
This maybe Mr. Petherick can chime in, but I would suggest that the answer is likely not if you had a council resolution that already is going to fund it via debenture or anything else. I don't imagine that you would be able to apply for funding for upper government levels.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think it depends on the grant itself. So grant funding usually has a time frame. So they would say eligible costs are as of this date. If we applied for it, even though council could have approved the tender, but we haven't started the project, we were fortunate enough that we actually got a grant, and the grant kind of fit the time frame because we didn't start the project yet, even though council may have approved the tender. Then I think we would be okay. Those costs would be eligible. But I can tell you that would be a very, very short, tight window for that to occur.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Petherick, I'm going to go back to you and say, where does that leave us?
Well, Madam Mayor, I think right now there's a couple of things, especially with Peel Street, that I would have to say. So one is contained within the budget. So staff are looking to proceed forward to issuing a tender for this project. So to me, the 2 steps are: one, it's got to be in the budget for staff to proceed forward to do that. The second off is that once we go through the tender, well, the tender report has to come back to council. And so council has to approve that tender award. I think from a purchasing perspective, if the tender comes in within, the budgeted amount, it's hard pressed not to, without putting yourself at risk of being sued by a contractor who put a legitimate bid forward, to not approve the contract. But if the tender came in over budget, council would have another decision to make. And I think from a staff perspective, I just wanted to make sure that council understood, while it's still contained within the budget, we still have to tender it. We still have to figure out what the market is telling us what it's actually going to cost as well.
Councillor Cadeau and then Schwint.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Petherick. If it does go out to tender and we do get some bids on it that come in under, but then go over budget, Are we just adding that to the debenture?
So, through you, Madam Mayor, I think I would say there's two things for me that are at play. So one, if it comes in under budget, we're going to be holding that contractor to that amount. Unless something like was totally unforeseen that, you know, we even missed within our tender that, hey, it's our fault, it should have been included. Yeah, then that would have to be included within the overall funding for the project, which we've come from a debenture. But the other side of it is if we tender the project, company legitimately bid for it, and their cost rise, that's kind of on them. Like that's the nature of tendering. I can't say that I would know that's happened for a fact because I wouldn't be privy to that. That would be more on the private side that they wouldn't necessarily tell me, but I suppose it probably happens on occasions.
Councillor Schwint.
I was going to change topics because I was going in circles on this one. Because I think Councillor Bryant's got her hand up and I'm going to change topics. So let's.
Councillor Bryant.
Just a quick question through you, Mayor, to Richard Patrick. These debenture interest rates, how likely are they to change this coming year with rates going wherever? If we were to say we approved this and right now we're showing 3.97 on a 10-year, what do we do if they go up to say 4.25 on a 10-year? Like this is kind of an unknown right now, I guess, for us too.
No, absolutely. Through you, Madam Mayor. I mean, what we're hearing is the Bank of Canada is potentially going to be raising it again. I thought they were done. I hope they're done. I really do. But I mean, it goes to show you that sometimes, you know, we don't really have the good crystal balls because that's, you know, we're not economists. That's not exactly what we do. And I was surprised that they went as aggressive as they did, but they did. So if the interest rate does go up, we're going to have to factor that within the overall debenturing cost. But you know what? When we get down to it, we may say, all right, we found some savings in other of our capital projects. We want to actually now, instead of taking on the debenture for, say the, you know, it was going to cost like an additional $30,000 or $40,000 to be able to debenture. We could turn around and say, you know what, we're actually going to shift some funding actually into that project to actually lower that debenture amount. We still have the ability to do that. So it's not like we're stuck. I think right now we're in the signaling that this is the direction we're going to go, but we may be able to find some ways of actually funding it differently as we go through our capital program.
So I'm going to suggest that we move on and just hold this where it is right now. I think we're fairly split. I think we've got 3 in favor, 2 opposed at the moment. But when Mr. Patrick summarizes at the end, perhaps he can give us a sense of if we go with it, it looks like this. If we don't go with it, it looks like this. Will that work? Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm going to check with Councillor Schwint because no, he's good. Okay, he was ready to stop going in circles, but okay, go ahead, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if there's no other discussion, you know, on the debenture and the projects that are contained within the capital budget specifically for 2023, I think I just want to kind of end off with some final comments. And I want to circle back to, I think, our first budget night when we talked about the overall tax rate. You know, right now we're currently sitting at 8.5%. You know, and there was some discussion on looking at something different than that. And I think council just needs to, you know, continue to have that discussion to say, you know, this is what's proposed. I think the discussion that happened tonight, you know, was absolutely, you know, in my mind was a great discussion. Again, I would always say I'm kind of biased on it because I do like budgeting. But from that perspective, you know what, we did make any changes that actually reduced that levy component. So then council still has to kind of wrestle with, are we going to move forward with the current budget as it is, or were we looking at moving something that actually would lower that tax rate increase. The other thing I would really want to say, and we've kind of heard this a couple of times, I think probably in our council orientation and a little bit through this budget process, and it's definitely contained within Mr. Brenneman's comments in the business plan about how Woolwich, is, and we've been at a crossroads for, I think, a little while now. We've kind of been morphing from that, more rural municipality to more of an urban center. And I think one of the things that we're seeing specifically within this year is the demands that we have. And, we've heard it from like the staffing request, we've heard it from, infrastructure stuff. I know from my side, I'm really concerned about the operating budget staying intact. That to me is the biggest thing. And the reason is because I always see the operating budget as our first point of contact. This is what we utilize to be able to first deal with things that come from residents when they come to us. Saying all that, it's a struggle because we've seen all the infrastructure we need that we do have and how we have to, and I think Jarrett really hit it pretty well when we talk about asset managing, about doing things the right way at the right time is a challenge too. I can definitely probably add a little levy, not tax levy, but a little levy to the discussion and say, this is not easy. If I could have brought in something easy for you folks, I would have done that. But I think you would have heard through multiple discussions, we started this process fairly early, very significantly earlier than we normally do, because we knew it was going to be challenging. We just saw the environment that was going on in our economy with, a high inflationary, that we're still seeing being played out, and it's a challenge. And so it's something I think that we just have to need to continue to talk through, and hopefully we come up, or council can come up with consensus on the direction that we would like to take this budget. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll just hand it back to you and maybe open the floor for some further council discussion.
So, council, we're currently at it was 8.5, correct?
That's correct.
On the levy, and that is what was the dollar amount of that on a sort of an average assessment?
I believe it was in around 84. I don't have it quite up in front of me, but I believe it was in around that.
That's what I had in mind as well. Okay, Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. One item that I would suggest could come out of the budget, and I'm saying this because I looked at the building department and they were only paying $13,000 in mileage per year, and yet they had $100,000 for the 2 electric vehicles, and I think it was 103 or 108 for the 3 charging stations. That is something I'm having a very, very tough time justifying, because how do you go from 13,000 to 200 and some thousand when we're in a tough budget situation? But that's my thoughts. That's one I think can come out.
Mr. Petherick?
So 2 comments I would say. One, if council does not see the need to have these vehicles specifically for, and this the vehicles for the building department, to be contained in this budget, that could be done because that's council's will. But I would say that that's not going to lower the tax levy because it's being funded from the building administration reserve fund. So it's a matter of, you don't want to see the project in, that's one discussion. But if the ultimate goal is to, I don't want it in because I want to find ways to lower the tax levy, that's not going to help that. So I think I just want to make sure that council knows that, yeah, it's about, I don't support the project. Yeah, that's council's purview to say we want this in, we want this out. But I just wanted to make sure the context is that if you take it out, it's not going to help lower the tax levy at this point.
Councillor Bryant, was your intent that it would lower the levy?
I just can't justify it either way. I just see it as a cost that I just cannot justify.
Okay, fair. Are there any other comments on that particular item so we can close the loop on it? Yes, no, maybe. Councillor Burgess?
Through you, Mayor Shantz. I agree it is a high cost when they've been making do so far. But you do want professional standards. I don't know, can we compromise with one?
Councillor Schwint?
I'm with Councillor Bryan on this one. I don't see the justification at this point. Wait a couple years, electrical vehicles come down further, charging stations become more predominant. Okay, but for now, mileage is more efficient for the township and for the staff.
Councillor Grant, and then Councillor Burgess.
I would concur, or through you, Mayor Shantz, to the rest of council, I would concur with Councillor Bryant and Councillor Schwint. I know that there are several departments within the region that have their staff use their own vehicles, and I think this is more just an optics issue, not so much a professional standards thing.
Councillor Burgess?
Mayor Shantz, just for clarification, these are unrelated, aren't they? Like, I think the building department's getting hybrids and then the charging stations are separate items. So I'm just one direction. Are you wanting both those canceled, or where are you looking for that?
Councillor Bryant?
I would think both of them at this point, because if we don't have the electric vehicles and the hybrids, do we truly have a real need at this point in time? Like, what were we going to use the electric stations for? And how do we, if it's strictly for staff, or are you planning to open it up to the public? Like, that was something that was really iffy in my mind. I wasn't sure how that one would play out, but if it's open to the public, are we getting compensated? There was just a lot of questions around both.
Mr. Vanderhoff?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to council. The intent for the charging stations at the admin building were strictly to fuel the two EVs for the building department.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, through the rest of the council. I would just agree with Councillor Bryant. My question was around the EV stations. If it was open to the public, I would be more amenable to it. But if it was only for fueling of these two vehicles, then I would look to have that strict as well.
Councillor Cadeau?
Through you, Mayor, to Director Vanderhoff, correct me if I'm wrong, did we get any sort of grant funding for those electric charging stations, or were those directly from the levy? Sorry, I asked because I thought I recalled a comment saying that there was funding associated with those.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Cadeau. So the township, the total project for both the administration building and the St. Jacobs Chargers was 108,000. We have 85 that we were planning to contribute from the Green Climate Action Reserve Fund. And we were hoping to, at the same time, we will be applying for grant funding to hopefully pay for the majority of those. I would also add that the selection of the administration building was for the staff vehicles, and that if we were to put charging stations in Elmira for the public, the administration building would not be the ideal location for that.
Where those funds are located in the budget, could we use them for an EV station in a more public place?
Yes, so staff the costing that we received was for the building for this budget. We haven't obtained costing for the WMC, which is the other facility that we would look at. We can do that and bring that back to council. And the other thing, and I don't want to take away from the building discussion, but circling all the way back to the sustainability position as well too. Again, this is from that reserve fund. So if council does not wish to proceed with this project, it would free up some funds as well.
Councillor Grant and then Schwint, I think.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to the rest of council, I'm glad Mr. Vanderhoff brought it up, because I was about to suggest, if we are getting rid of the VCs, that perhaps that funding could be used towards bringing on board that climate manager.
Councillor Schwint.
I guess I've got 2 points to make. First off, I'd still be back to the point we don't want to use greening fund for people. That was supposed to be infrastructure according to the last council, so that's still a line for me. And I guess I'm wondering what the status is on Amira for electric charging stations. I'm reluctant for the township to get in the gas station business by owning infrastructure like that, unless it's not being provided at all and not going to be in the foreseeable future.
Mr. Vanderhoff.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Schwinn. So currently, to my knowledge, there's a charging station at Riverside Public School, and then there are charging stations at the Rexall as well. I don't recall which of council I had this discussion with, but destination sites are where we look to install EV charging stations. And in Elmira, the WMC would be the ideal location. With, you know, teams traveling from Toronto, that sort of thing, so that we could allow for that to continue as EVs become more popular.
So I believe we've kind of got consensus on that piece with the two planning or building vehicles and the EV station to remove those and perhaps consider what to do with those funds, maybe later in the year. They'll sit there. That hasn't addressed any concern with the levy piece. Do we want to look at anything that affects the levy? Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, perhaps we as a council should take a closer look at the council budget and maybe go through there and cut out any fat that we could there. I'm not saying that there is much, but you know, when I'm looking through miscellaneous and I see, you know, historically 6,000, 9,000, and then we're jumping up to 16 last year and a budget of 13 this year. Where is that money going? Could we trim some of that? I know it's not a lot, but it's symbolic. If we're looking for places to cut, maybe we should look at ourselves first. Second to that point, while I'm on this budget, I see that the revenue coming in from Lanxess is roughly $40,000, and that doesn't change. I'm wondering if we should adjust that to keep up with inflation. And I don't know who I'm posing this question to. I suppose whoever wants to answer it. I'll just leave it at that.
The money that comes in from Lanxess basically covers the cost of our chair of TAG. Is there additional?
I would just say I don't think we need to adjust it for inflation because Lanxess pays whatever the bill is at the end of the day. So we're covered. Unless Richard corrects me, I believe with respect to miscellaneous, that is where council special events such as the Township Christmas party and others type of staff appreciation events and things like that comes out of. And so if you see them lower, that's just because they didn't happen during COVID.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that context. And with that, I suppose I can rescind my comments and, you know, move on to the next line item.
Does anyone have, so again, we're back to the 8.5% that was a concern. Does anyone have, yeah, Councillor Cadeau.
I'm comfortable with it as it sits now, and I think that we're almost at the point where we can move it forward. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Bryant, and then Grant.
Thank you. I'm looking at the facilitator for the strategic plan. Do we need that, or is that more of a want item? I know it's only $40,000, but it might be something that could be cut and we could do it in-house. I don't know who to turn that one to.
You know, as I said before, yes, historically, we've done it in-house. But I think this is a pretty important strategic plan, and it's always important that we can all participate fully. And I think the benefit of facilitator will help, with that. And, I think Richard would also note, if he had the floor, based on how that's funded, unless you were going to use that operating contingency funding for something else, it doesn't help you reduce the tax levy.
Councillor Grant.
I'm gonna suggest something that's gonna win me praise and adulation, which is perhaps maybe we look at increasing the infrastructure levy from 1.5 to 2. But that being said, I am comfortable with at least the 8.5, if not maybe increasing that infrastructure.
So increasing the infrastructure to 2 would put us at 9.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Cadeau.
Just to the point Councillor Bryant made on a study, that is one that absolutely I cannot live without. I think that it is absolutely necessary to really build that strategic framework out for where we want to go. So that is not one that I'm willing to see taken off from my point of view. I don't know where the rest kind of sit with that, but that's just where I fall.
Councillor Schwint.
So on strat planning, I agree, we need a facilitator to have a good outcome. I do believe though that there's a lot of skills internally that could actually write the strategic plan. So ideally, in a perfect world, we cut that budget in half, the facilitator handles the meetings, staff takes notes and can make it work, but I'm not sure what the tendering process will look like.
I think staff already made those adjustments, but I'll defer to Mr. Brenneman on
that. Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, I feel we did make the results to just, having a facilitator versus somebody that was going to do a community needs assessment and do all of the writing and all of that sort of stuff.
So that is, the writing will be done in-house.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that is the scaled back because you had removed $80,000 from that budget line.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, $40,000 if we remove much else, I don't see the point in doing it. I think that's kind of where we need to start with it.
So we have a suggestion on the floor that we increase the infrastructure levy increase to 2%, leaving us with a 9% levy increase. Do we want to have a discussion on that piece, Councillor Schwint?
Whether we're 8.5% or 9%, I guess I'm less concerned. I'm more concerned about how we're actually spending the money each year. So we've gone through this budget at 8.5%. We've spent 4 meetings and we didn't change very much. We took off a couple cars and charging stations. So, and this was the first year of 3 more. They're going to get harder and harder. So I'm concerned we're boxing ourselves in on a capital side right now, committing to a bunch of money on some capital things that we can't change once they're completed. We're paying debenture interest for 20 years. We've got to think long and hard about where we're going to box ourselves in longer term. So that's my big reservation with this budget right now is the capital.
So you're coming back to the bridge and
Back to the bridge,
debenture?
unfortunately.
Councillor Burgess.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, through you. Again, I would stick with the 1.5 for the infrastructure levy. And I would just defer to the Director of Finance. He has the insights, has more knowledge than I do at least. And if he says that's a good suggestion, that's where I would go with, because again, moving up that another 0.5% is 9 is a big number. 8.5 is a big number. So if he's thinking 1.5 is sufficient, I would trust his opinion on that.
I think sufficient is a difficult word to use when it comes to infrastructure. I think probably a better word is slightly more palatable, maybe. Councillor Bryant.
I will not support another increase. I think 8.5 is more than adequate. People are going to have a very tough time swallowing that number, so I would not support going any higher.
So we're still left with Councillor Schwint wanting to talk about debenture.
I'm afraid it's a little bit differently. We're at 8.5% this year. Where's council comfortable with next year and the year after?
I think those are discussions we need to have next year and the year after, right? Because we don't know what's going to happen this year.
We don't, but budgeting is a long-term process and we're in an inflationary environment right now. I don't think this will get easier, is I guess the point I'm trying to make.
You're probably right. It hasn't ever gotten easier. Councillor Cadell. Okay. All right. We'll give you a couple of seconds there. Councillor Bryant.
Going forward, I would like to see us, like we traditionally have in the past, start in probably July and give staff a number that we're comfortable with them working with so they can prepare a budget based on recommendations going forward versus us having to try and cut back. I think that's a more difficult place to be in. So that's my suggestion. Let's start early, work with staff and get a number in place and then work from that.
Yeah, and typically we would start early.
Yeah.
We just didn't have this council to do it.
Yeah.
It's a difficult year. I still think we should have these elections in June, but that's a whole discussion for another day. Councillor Burgess, were you putting your hand up or what did I see over there?
Yeah, I would just somewhat agree with Councillor Schwint there about planning for next year. I know there's not a lot we can do at this point, but with some of these salaries starting and this debenture starting, we've already got kind of guaranteed increases next year, since positions are starting partway through the year and whatnot. So we just need to be concerned. If the feds do get inflation down next year, people won't be expecting high increases. So just with what's happening, what we're doing this year, and with inflation going down, it will be a tight budget year, I assume.
Mr. Pather, no, I'm going to go to Ms. Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you.
And then I'll forget.
Humor me, please, Director Plethoric. If we were to fully fund the bridge this year, what would the impact be to the levy, percentage wise or otherwise? I really don't care how you want to kind of give me that information, but if you know the kind of essence at what I'm getting at, if we were to fully fund this based on what the taxpayers would be paying this year, what would the increase be?
Through Madam Mayor, to catch, if we were to pay for the bridge not by debt but actually with our levy, yeah, I do, because
we're all sitting down.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it's one of those crazy things. It's yeah, 2,133%.
So we're arguing over half of a percentage. But in essence, this is the increase that we're giving the residents here. If that's what you guys, if that's what you folks are comfortable with, it's not what I'm comfortable with, but this is a democracy, I suppose.
Councillor Grant.
Yeah, this, like, as through you, Mayor Shantz, through to the rest of council, this is obviously not a very easy discussion. It is a hard year for it. Like I said, I am comfortable with the 8.5. I threw out the 2% to the infrastructure levy just more as a gauge as to where we're at. I think when it comes to infrastructure, those costs are only going to go up. We know we have aging infrastructure. I worry about the subdivisions in Breslau that have been coming up to their 10 or 15 year mark, where we're going to start seeing repairs needed there in a greater amount, as Mr. Poupé has kind of insinuated. So yeah, no, as of right now, I'm with kind of Councillor Condell with the 8.5, being comfortable with moving that forward.
Councillor Schwint.
So Councillor Grant just tweaked something in my mind that I guess I was trying to get at with my, what about next year's budget percentage wise? You bring up subdivisions in Breslau 20 years, infrastructure everywhere is a problem. This year, we couldn't find anything on the capital or infrastructure budget to cut. And we know it's going to get worse in the next 5 years with no more money coming in. Are we going to be comfortable in 2 years having spent 2.7 million on the Peel Street Bridge when if we can't afford to fix the water main in Breslau or another item. Unfortunately, in capital items, we're paying for them sequentially, not by order of importance. So are we tying our hands today that may bite us in a couple of years is a concern.
If I can, no, I'm not going to answer that question right now, but I am going to ask Mr. Petherick to sort of go back to something that Councillor Burgess said, and I think it was Councillor Burgess. Can you tell us where we're starting in 2024 with annualized payments on decisions that are embedded in this budget?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think, in the debt analysis I gave to council, that really kind of highlights some of the things we're looking at. So, we do have Breslau Drain 1, the Peel Street Bridge, Greenhouse Road Culvert. Those are the three that are going to have a levy impact in future years. Now, is it necessarily going to be 2024? No, I don't think it probably will. Just because I think there's a number of things that have to happen and kind of play itself out. But it may be part in 2024, but definitely I think you're looking at 2025 is when they're going to happen. In the totality of those three, you're looking at, 393,000, and that's at the interest rate. So that's over 20 years. And that's at the interest rate that we have at the moment that was, from the end of December. So we know they're probably going to change. We always hope they're going to change in the right direction, but you never know.
So I guess I wasn't thinking so much about infrastructure, but perhaps that would be part of it. If we were to start the 2024 budget now, we've got some positions that we're starting in March, for example, and so they'll have to be annualized. But the debentures I suppose come into that picture as well.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Mayor. Once you start to, once we go out for that debenture, we'll start the repayment process. We've been looking at trying to do our debenturing requirements because as a lower tier municipality, we have to debenture through the region. We can't do it on our own. And they do a spring issuance and a fall issuance. If we do the spring issuance, which is always what I'm trying to do, is to say, let's get through the year, get all the project costs completely done so we know exactly what's required from the debenture side, and then tag on to that spring issuance. And that means that you would then be paying like a half a year's payment. So you'd be starting in fall, because you'll typically do payments in the spring and the fall. So you do it twice a year. That's kind of the way it's structured.
If I can go back to Mr. Poupet, then, if we remove the Peel Street Bridge, what would you replace it with in the infrastructure program?
Oh, through you, Mayor Shantz, to you. That is an interesting question. I hadn't contemplated, in fairness. I guess is just so I can fully appreciate that. Are we saying then that the cost for Peel Street being 2.75 million, currently shown as debenture, if council was to say we're going to not do Peel Street, but we would still debenture the 2.75 million and apply it somewhere? Is that am I accurate in that?
I guess where my mind was going is you've put together a program that you felt staff could manage.
Mm-hmm.
You've always said that we're way behind in keeping in the upkeep of our infrastructure. I mean, Peel Street Bridge is one piece of that, but there's a whole lot of things that we identified years ago where they should have been repaired earlier. They weren't. We just weren't keeping up with everything. So presumably, if we take that out, that there would be some staff time available to manage some other program. That's where my mind was going.
I see. Well, I guess I would paint this picture. in that if council were to look in 24 and beyond on the forecast that's before them as part of this draft budget, I think it's clear to the deficiencies in funding. So I think we know that the road system, for example, is underfunded. And that shows up in the forecast. So for example, in 2024, we simply don't have the money now. And I think for those who've been at the table, Mayor Shantz, you've been and seen this, it's been basically a 1-year budget with a 4-year forecast. And it seems we're able to manage to deal with that in the following year. So this is just, again, a snapshot based on the levy that's available to us, but we are showing debenture financing for the Breslau wet well and some debenture for Barnswell. That's DC funding, so that would be recoverable dollars, I would say. But we are deficient on the levy side to the tune of, 1.8 million on the Capital Bridge program and 2.4 million on the hot mix resurfacing program. So that's just an indicator, I think, of levy revenue not supporting what we need to fund to sustain those two particular core asset groups. The other piece of this that doesn't show up on the capital side, but I think it does require attention from staff, is stormwater management with respect to maintenance obligations. And we did, I sort of dipped our toe, I'll say that, last year with just trying to, I guess, really manage one pond location that had just been let go with a lot of overgrowth. And it certainly did raise a lot of eyebrows in the community. I think there's a lot of public engagement we need to do to go forward. I think there's a lot of investment in that infrastructure as well that has been deficient for a long time. And I think that is a place where this council is likely going to have to make a decision on something that staff are wanting to bring forward in the form of a stormwater utility, much the same as a water and sewer utility that we have today. And that is simply just to help with the shortfall on funding to be able to support stormwater management infrastructure as well as roads and bridges, where we're really reliant solely on whether it be DC, if there's a growth component to it, and that may change as things are going forward, levy, our infrastructure reserve fund, and the federal contribution, as well as some provincial money. But outside of that, we don't have any access to revenue streams. So really, that's where we were seeing the requirement to have a stormwater utility, much like our neighbors in Kitchener and Waterloo already do. I know I'm not sure if I truly answered your question, but I think just trying to demonstrate there's some pretty significant needs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess this question would go to Richard. I know there's concerns over debentures with both Eric and Nathan. So we do not have cash for any of those projects on that debenture sheet. That's correct?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's the shortfall in funding that we have.
Okay, so if we pulled the Peel Street Bridge out, for example, it seems to be the bone of contention. All we would be doing is reducing the levy, and is that not what would happen? Or you'd have to debenture something else if you were substituting.
So just to make sure I captured that to you, Madam Mayor, if we were to remove the Peel Street Bridge, the question was,
we would put something else in its place, which would have to be debentured as well, or it would be a reduction to the levy if we just pulled it. Is that correct? Am I assuming this right?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, if say, for example, we didn't want to, or council decided they didn't want to do the Peel Street Bridge, it would actually just come out of the budget and it would lower the debenture required in the capital 2023 budget. It would only have an impact on the future year's levy because you're not then taking on that repayment.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because I think that's part of the confusion. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to Director Bletherick. You had provided, you had provided council with some, estimates as to what the repayment plan would be. If we went with the 10-year or the 20-year for that matter, perhaps you can provide both. What would the levy to the taxes be next year to service that debt?
So through Madam Mayor, so again, going back to that analysis sheet, if you're looking at the 10-year, it's about 645,000 as an increase to the levy itself. If you're looking at a 20-year, that's 393,000. So kind of putting in
for all the projects though, Richard.
Right. That's for all three of the projects that would have a levy, and a general levy impact. And I think if you're looking at, this year's, tax rate, that 1% increase, that's like 128,000. So you're now in like 3+% just for accommodating the repayment.
So I think this is really our only sticking point. At this point, I think we've sort of come to terms with everything else. Mr. Petherick, do you have any suggestions on where we go from here? It is past 9:30. I'm not sure how long council wants to meet. If you want to meet much longer, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. The other option would be to add in another meeting, or the other option would be to add in another meeting or add some time to, and Mr. Brenneman just left for a moment, into our next committee meeting or next council meeting. Mr. Smith, what do those agendas look like?
Sorry, Mayor Jones, just getting my microphone working there. We are at the will of council. We do have a fairly large agenda for January 23rd, which is our next committee of the whole meeting. The 30th is a little lighter. We could also schedule an additional special council meeting specifically for the budget. We do have meetings on the 23rd and the 30th of January. There is a break week, February 7th. So if you wanted to look at that as a possible option. Council's also historically met on the Thursday for budget meetings. So if you want, we could schedule a meeting on a Thursday if you would prefer that as well. There's January 26th. Although I did look ahead, and that is a tag meeting, February 2nd and February 9th.
So I'm just going to ask council, what do you want to do? Do you want to wrestle this to the ground tonight yet? Do you want to have another meeting just on this, or do you want to add it to the agenda on the 30th?
My vote would be a 10-minute break now, then come back for 20 or 25 minutes. The break may make us think differently and come up with an answer, or we should know fairly quickly if we can move yet tonight. I hate scheduling another meeting and finding out it's going to be a 10-minute one.
I see nods, or I see one nod. Two nods, three, yeah. Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. My clock is wrong on my computer. We come back at 10 to 10. Does that sound like a good number? And we'll see where we get in the next half hour after that. Okay. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I missed my own time deadline, but according to my computer here, it's only 9:47, so depends where I look. All right, we left off with the Peel Street Bridge. I've also been reminded that we do have one other item on our agenda tonight. So I wonder, I think a suggestion was made. I don't know, Councillor Burgess, did you want to speak to the Peel Street at all?
Thanks, Mayor Shantz, through you to council. Just something I brought up a little earlier. I don't know all the ins and outs of the process of EA's Director Poupet talked about it a bit, but just again, looking at getting government funding or even putting a contingent on that. Again, whether that's converted to a vehicle bridge then, which would be more likely to get the funding. It's just something I'm throwing out there. I think we need to do something for the community, and I also don't want to delay it, which a lot of this or other ideas may make that happen, because they've been waiting a long time. And like, again, maybe we'd build a park, maybe we'd look at other options, but again, that involves more consultation, what's already been done, and then delay, buy the land, et cetera, and this gets pushed out. So just want to be respectful of that.
Councillor Cadeau, Councillor Grant.
Thanks for that. And I think that it's a very valid point that you're putting forth. And I think that what I would offer to council is that this isn't a no on the bridge for me. It's a not right now on the bridge for me. And I don't know if that will sway anybody to maybe consider just pushing it by 1 year. And I know that I'm saying just push it in the same sentence, and that is not going to resonate with the residents of Winterbourne. I do recognize that, but I think that we have to look at the larger township and what the needs are there. So it's not a no on the bridge. It's a not right now. Hopefully we can get council behind that.
Councillor Grant.
So through you, Mayor Shantz, to the rest of council, I think the reality is that this project is always going to require debentures, and whether it's this year or next year, it's just, the way that I'm seeing the way capital plans are working out and debentures, that what we'll be doing is just moving Peel Street from 2003 debentures to 2014. And we'll be back in that same debate. I think the cost of the bridge is unlikely to go down in a year if we wait. That being said, if we were to delay a year, I would look for some sort of assurance to the residents of Winterbourne that it is being done, fully knowing that sometimes a politician's promise is not worth its weight in gold. So like I said, I really feel that this is always going to be a debenture cost, and it's just a matter of us playing with time.
Councillor Burgess.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to council, I appreciate what Councillor Cadeau is saying. Delaying it does give us time to contemplate it, and it's not during a big budget year, but again, they've been waiting a long time, and when we say 1 year, it's going to turn into longer. I think we just have to make a decision now, whether it's contingent on a few things, but decisions needs to be made and not just put off another year.
Councillor Schwint.
Yes, sounds bad, just delay 1 year, but if we can get even 50% funding, that's a huge difference of townships of capital items we can do for the next 15 years going forward. So instead of approving a budget this year that includes a bridge out of our bank account, why wouldn't we use the next year to direct staff to say, hey, apply everywhere you can, figure out what avenues may work, and come back to us with a plan that involves some funding somewhere else. And then we as a council are going to get our feet out of the fire to come up with a decision.
Mr. Poupet or Mr. Petherick. Jared, I'm still not clear on the status of the EA. So when we did the EA, we had multiple options that were costed out and looked at. Those options are still valid, are they not? I know council voted and made a decision, but council can vote and change a decision. What I want to know is does council have the opportunity to do that with the current study that was done, or do we have to do a whole new study, and why would we?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to council. So the EA is essentially complete. The direction was provided, and that's the work that's been carried out to date. If council wish to change that, and I'm going to suggest if that was a change to go to something like a replacement of a bridge that would facilitate everyone, I guess, horse and buggy vehicular traffic, as well as pedestrians, then it would be done through an amendment to the EA. So the work that's been done to date would not be lost. We would need to go back out for public engagement, and we would need to have to provide some options again for consultation purposes, and likely need a little more exploratory work on the archaeological side, because that would have a greater impact. Certainly if council was to look at an option of keeping the current bridge in its location, building something new beside it, certainly then now you're getting outside of the current footprint and you just need to do a little more archaeological work. So there would be a little bit more to do, but all of the work to date would not have been lost or wasted. I would say it that way.
I would suggest that council needs a little more time and information on this particular project. I wonder if for this budget, we can, what would the process be to defer this to, say, June, and give council time to take a look at the whole picture and where it would go? It really won't affect the bottom line of the budget because it's a debenture, right? So I think the work we have to do budget wise and levy wise wouldn't change. What kind of problems or concerns would there be with that kind of process? Either of you.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, from staff's vantage point, I wouldn't have any concern. I think what we would suggest then would be two things. Of the almost 3.6 million in debentures shown under the Capital Bridge Program, $850,000 is assigned to the Greenhouse Road replacement project. So council would need to decide, are they going to move forward this year with that work, or are they going to defer that work? I think that would be one piece. Regarding the Peel Street side, then, if it was council's will, I would suggest, and again with Director Petherick's approval as well, that we hold it where it is. Staff would then bring back all of the past work that's been done for council's consumption to look at that. So I think that everybody could be on the same page, at least have that same information before them. And then staff would then prepare what we see as the way forward, that if it was council's will to go outside the current decision of the EA and look at something like a full replacement of a structure, we could lay that out for council. And then if it was council's decision to do that, it would just be a matter of how is that to be funded, and would that be debenture funding for some of that additional work, which would involve consulting services to facilitate another public engagement process, to do some additional archaeological work. But I don't see that as a significant dollar amount, and I don't want to come up with a number, but if from a magnitude perspective, I don't know if we're in the $50,000 to $100,000 range, and I just don't hold me to that, but that's just something for consideration tonight.
So I guess I would ask council if there, I think I would do this by a motion. I think I would have to do this by a motion for deferral, I guess, on the Peel Street Bridge project. Would that be the right?
I'd like Richard to speak to whether you need to open up the budget in June again, or if you do a deferral. Because you always have to provide notice.
Okay, Mr. Petherick, I'm getting Mr. Brenneman beside me here saying to defer to you on process. So.
Through Madam Mayor, I think if council were to turn around and say, for example, they want to remove the Peel Street Bridge, and then come June, you'd say, now I want to add it back in. you know, what I heard correctly from Mr. Brennan is, yes, you're right. You're going to have to open up the budget again. You're going to have to open it back up and you're going to have to include it again. You know, but there are some other ways you can deal with it. You can say, I'm going to leave it in the budget, but I'm going to tell staff not to do anything yet. And until I get further information, and when we get that further information, then we'll direct you to do something about it.
The other option would be for a motion to, if someone wanted to move that we go ahead, just carry on with the Peel Street Bridge in the budget. And if that passed, then we would let it rest. That would be another option, although it's already been passed by council. So that's where I'm getting tripped up a little bit. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. I think from a process perspective, if you want to get an idea of where council's leaning on this, a motion is a good idea. I think Mr. Petherick had a good suggestion for you. If you want to, I don't think you want to encumber yourselves, I guess, on having to go back and do any kind of amendment. So I like the idea of saying, you know, do you want to include the Peel Street Bridge in the budget, full stop? Or do you want further information to come back to staff before they take any action on the Peel Street Bridge? And I'll look to Jared and Richard just to make sure I've got those right. But if I have that right, that would give council a decision point that someone could move a motion and then we could have a vote on it tonight. And you would understand where council wants to go with this project.
Councillor Schwint. And then Councillor Grant.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just wondering how much time it will take for staff to do the further investigation, come up with a plan. If looking at June, come back with a report. Realistically, this should be part of the 2024 budget. So if we allotted $150,000 for further investigation on the Peel Street Bridge to get the information we need, would that satisfy requirements for 2023 and let us move forward? Just picking a number there.
Councillor Grant.
I was just gonna put forward that motion. So if there's more discussion ahead of time, I can withdraw that.
Okay, we'll hold that. Councillor Burgess.
Since through you, Mayor Shantz, the council, since we're not actually finalizing the budget tonight, like the final vote, can we just leave the Peel Street Bridge today and have that conversation on the final vote and then make the motion Jeff is suggesting if we don't come to a consensus on that day?
Yes. That's a good suggestion. I think that's probably wise at this point. I think we've been doing enough circles that we're all dizzy and
Going around the bridge.
yeah. I've had lots of hours of discussion on the Peel Street Bridge. Yeah, but this council has not, and that's the problem. Councillor Bryant, did you want to make a comment yet?
Yeah, just a comment. I was going to suggest instead of spending like $150,000 or whatever the number would be to do more studies, why don't we just circulate all the information we have, the reports and the studies to the council that hasn't seen all of this? I've seen it all because I've been around it, but the rest of them haven't. So maybe if we just circulate all that information, it would give them a good insight as to what has gone on, the discussions and the reports. Does that help, do you think?
That's a good suggestion too. So we'll get that information out to council as soon as possible. We will come back to the budget. First of all, so we'll set the Peel Street Bridge aside for now. We'll circulate the information to council. It will come back. We can address it again when we do our final budget, either with a motion or something else that comes out of all our reading and discernment of things in the meantime. Mr. Petherick, where does that leave us and where do we go from here on the budget?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so right now we would be leaving the budget as is, as presented by staff with an 8.5 and with the Peel Street in. So therefore all the debenture, requirements as outlined in the 2023 infrastructure services budget would still be intact. And I think as Councillor Burgess identified, that still means when we bring the final budget back to council can have a further discussion specifically on the Peel Street because it doesn't have a levy impact. I mean, even if something did have a levy impact, that's council's right to have a discussion on it anyways. But in this particular case, it doesn't have a levy impact, at least not in 2023.
Okay, is council good with that direction? Yeah, I'm seeing nods. Okay, very good then. I would, I'm not saying goodnight yet because we have another topic, but I'm going to say a very big thank you to council for the discussion this evening. It's been a really good discussion. I think there's been lots of back and forth and really good interaction. So thank you very much to all of you for that. And with that, I am going to say thank you to Mr. Petherick too for keeping us on track and helping me manage all of this. And turn it over to Mr. Brenneman for the pay equity and market studies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council. I just want to provide some executive summary remarks further to the report. Some of this is contained within, but there are some points that I really wanted to stress and highlight. First off, it's been nearly 17 years now since both these studies were fully done and completed. The last time. The normal best practice is to complete both these types of studies on a 3 to 5 year time frame. Why is that? Organizations try to look at how they best stay competitive in the sector and ultimately be able to retain and attract experienced and education and all of the requirements on a consistent basis. One of the things that I did want to highlight because of that comment is that staff will certainly be recommending that we bring back an HR policy. Human Resources is actually going to be bringing back some updated human resources policies that we desperately need to update. And I'm mentioning this because I think we need to have council, maybe not tonight, but in the future, review a policy that spoke to doing this on a 4-year basis. And not unlike what happened with the last term of council, doing the study in that year and then coming forward to the new council. One of the things I want to highlight is that certainly it was good to see that the independent objective analysis completed by the pay equity and market consultant showed that we've been doing a really good job of maintaining our obligations under the pay equity legislation. And there's no financial direct impact related to the significant gap in time between the studies. And that's really ultimately kudos to the fact that we had a good internal pay equity maintenance system and committee struck over the years and they stayed on top of things. Whereas many other organizations often that don't stay on top of things see some sort of fiscal impact there. It wasn't totally surprising though that there were some market adjustments that were deemed to be required. But I would say it's good news that the analysis demonstrated that the required adjustments are not overly significant. Senior staff, I feel, have been able to demonstrate throughout this process that, there certainly has been a negative impact that has taken place over the last 10 years in terms of areas of employee progression, retention, and recruitment. I want to emphasize that this isn't a recent experience of just related to COVID and the whole discussion you hear nowadays about the great resignation and the difficulty. This goes back for a 10+ year timeframe. And again, is directly related to the length of time between studies. Certainly one of the areas that has been most concerning for many years is the compression that exists within our salary structure. And it's really been a disincentive, when we're looking to try and promote people up, and we've really had to juggle, try to figure out how we encourage people that, it is good to move up into a management position. But the compression, certainly because of the lack of difference in pay, hasn't been, or it's been a disincentive. Our experience has shown that to fill many positions, again, not all, I don't want to say this is universal by any stretch of the imagination and mislead anyone. I want to be very factual. But what's become more and more commonplace at times is the fact that, we've either been in a position where we've been successful only in recruiting the education experience we need by recruiting people that have retired from other municipal organizations, or perhaps they've been, restructured out of positions in other places, and they're looking for another opportunity with us. Or at the other end of the spectrum, we have to, certainly promote or hire underqualified staff, and certainly recognize that it will take some time to mentor and develop. And that's just the reality of the circumstance. But what we haven't found for quite some time is the ability to hire on a consistent basis exactly what we're looking for in terms of the education and experience. One thing I want to highlight or emphasize is, fortunately though, one of the things we've worked very hard on and we've been able to develop, and one of the most important areas any organization can develop, is having a great workplace culture. That's extremely important. However, one of the common exit interview responses that we've received for quite some time has been, man, I love it in Woolwich, but I need to go somewhere else because the pay is more competitive. And, I want to acknowledge you're always going to have people that make decisions at times because, they're looking for some pay adjustment. But ultimately, it would be nice for us to get to a point where we have that balance of competitive pay and great workplace culture, to ensure that we're always in the best position to hire the most qualified and educated staff. Woolwich is certainly a growing municipality that we pride ourselves on being very progressive. However, to be fully progressive, staff strongly recommend that council does support the implementation of the study results. Why? Well, simply put, because this isn't just about coming to you and saying we need to be competitive on pay. As I just said a few minutes ago, we want to be competitive on pay. We want to stress the importance of the workplace culture. But if we are able to hire staff on a consistent basis that have the balance between education and experience and exactly what we need, ultimately, I think, council can appreciate what we're looking to do is to make sure we have the right people in the right place and retain them so that we can be successful on all of the priorities and objectives, just like we talked tonight as part of budget. And in order to be truly progressive, truly innovative, truly creative, and to have that level of staff, you certainly need to be competitive on both the pay and the culture. And, tonight though is about supporting after 17 years, some movement with respect to the implementation of the market study. I want to emphasize, certainly with the work of Mr. Petherick as our treasurer, I feel we've developed a very fiscally responsible plan that's going to be phased in over a multitude of years. That is the responsible thing to do, especially in light of all we've discussed tonight in terms of budget. In the past, there is never, as the report notes, in the past, there's never seemed to be support for things from a timing perspective. But I would submit to you, there's never going to be a perfect time for this type of situation. Unless, again, we get onto a cycle where it's just a normal best practice that occurs. Staff, senior management feel it's important to do this now because as an organization, we've also participated in multiple surveys, not just one, but multiple surveys from our neighbors. How do I know that? Because we're asked to participate. And so, you know, we certainly do that willingly. But, you know, with those results, it was another piece of data and information to show that, you know, we were starting to fall behind over time. We certainly haven't kept pace, as the results show, with other organizations. In fact, you know, if I look at our collective bargaining over the last 17 years, there's been times where we've either fully implemented across the board, across the union, market adjustments, or market adjustments in specific areas, water, wastewater, roads, or recreation. So I would submit to council on behalf of senior management that these market adjustments, this whole study and outcome was long overdue. I appreciate very much and thank the last council for supporting. Certainly, we always knew it was going to be left to the new council, though, to support, proceeding with the results. But we would ask that you do support this on behalf of all the non-union staff, all the hardworking staff that work for this great organization, and all the staff we wish to, you know, in the future retain on a basis, and for that matter, the ones we wish to recruit in the future. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you to Mr. Brenneman. I just want to say thank you for putting this together. And we truly do have some very hardworking staff. I think this budget process has shown us just the level of dedication that they have towards their jobs. I was wondering if senior staff could maybe touch briefly on some of the challenges they've had with retention and hiring of new staff. Obviously not getting into details, but maybe just touching on some of those challenges.
Yeah, sure. I'll start, but I think I will open it up to all of the department heads. What I tried to touch upon, I guess, in terms of general themes, you know, earlier was with respect to saying, you know, we've either seen where, you know, we can hire very overqualified individuals that have either retired or been restructured from somewhere else. Often, though, those people are with us for short durations. They're not with us for the long haul, so that doesn't deal with the retention aspect very well. You know, as well, you know, the challenges have been, you know, often in various positions where, say, even at a senior management level, we would have a director position that was open, never being able to recruit from maybe a municipality that's half the size of us, to be able to see somebody that is a director or senior management at another municipality move up into that position. That is an example. And, you know, I think at this point, I'd like to turn it over with the help, because this really was done with the help of all senior management. I think it would be good if council heard from, I'll start actually with Mr. Poupé, because I know he has had some challenges with respect to, you know, certain positions with respect to, you know, water and wastewater area, some frontline admin positions where, you know, where we've had anywhere from 5 to sometimes 8 people in the position as a result of these realities we face. Jared.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Kayla, or Councillor Grant, sorry. But I think I would just echo everything David had said. It is been in a lot of interviews in my 10 years here, and I think it is not uncommon, unfortunately, for our department. I think of a position in particular that had, over the past 6 years, we've had 8 different people in that seat. Over the past 10 years, we've had 5 in another position. And another water wastewater supervisor, we've had 7 different people there over the last 10 years. That's not good. Those are very critical pieces, and appreciating time, effort, and energy that's involved, because those were the preferred candidates that we chose. But you have to go through a lot of process to find them. And we've done a lot of times we're going out multiple times because we're not able to find somebody. We've done some internal promotions out of necessity, and they've worked out, which is fortunate. But again, being the township of Woolwich, having the difficulties, the sophistication. We're not a township, we're not a city, we're sort of in between, but we have a lot of city pressures. We are a mix of rural and urban. We have very unique needs and pressures as well in Woolwich. So, having stability, which Woolwich did have for a long time in our department, in operations particularly, we did have some stability, but when those empty nesters moved on into retirement, and good for them, you have a younger workforce, and it is a changing workforce, and we're all under that. But I think inherently we have just not been able to be competitive on the salary side of things. It is a wonderful organization. The culture is excellent, and that is fostered mainly by CAO councils. And it's just it's a massive piece, but that is also something that can change as CAOs change, senior management changes. That culture can also change. So I think that we've been fortunate to have that. We just now are looking to line up the compensation piece with the culture piece for retention and to attract the best and the brightest.
And perhaps maybe Deanne, if you could speak to it, because I know there's been some challenges in development services as well.
Yeah. Without getting into any specific positions, we've had to post for positions where we received no qualified candidates based on what we were posting and that salary that was posted, and had to actually pull the applications or the job descriptions and not hire anyone for those positions. We've also had positions where we've had to hire at the top level on the pay bracket in order to compensate them fairly, rather than starting them at the beginning of the pay bracket where we would typically offer that job. We've had positions where we had to offer increased salary in the pay bracket, as well as increased vacation to entice them to come work for us. And I had another example of a hiring higher in the salary bracket, and in this case, it was a kind of a midway through in the salary bracket. So a few experiences just in the last year that I've been here that I can point to where we've identified that there is an issue with the salaries that we've posted.
Thanks. Hopefully that helps to Councillor Grant, your question, and the rest of council. There will be other numerous examples, but I think what all of that also points to is that in order to actually hire as qualified individuals as we can possibly get through any recruitment, we've often had to go to that job rate. And you don't want to do that on a consistent basis. But as part of implementing a new structure, we're going to implement more steps. I think that's more progressive. People will know exactly how to move through. It'll also be more fiscally responsible because over time, that will have less of an impact on the budget over, multiple years as people move through the progression. And I think it'll be easier to administer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Cadet.
Thank you,
turn it
Mayor.
off.
Through you to Mr. Brenneman and staff for that matter. I'll just commend you for what seems like consistently doing more with less around this. 17 years is a long time. I'm looking at page 4 of the document. I'm wondering if you can provide some advice around the decision to proceed with 27,800 this year and then 135 in 2024. I mean, presumably these staff have been eagerly awaiting some adjustments. Can you kind of speak to the rationale for that?
Sure. Yeah, even if our consultant was here today, he would acknowledge that it's normal best practice nowadays for municipalities to phase this in, recognizing the budget challenges. And, I think this will be also about how we, meet with staff and we speak to the implementation and, point to where the fact is with the new 6-step system. It's not a question of if, it's just a matter through the normal process that we have, that you will get to that new point. We're not saying it's going to take 6 years. It'll take a couple of years in some circumstances, maybe 1 year longer in some others. But we really feel strongly as senior management that it's not only a best practice, it's the right thing from a fiscally responsible standpoint. And I think our job will be to ensure that staff understand, if you look at the big picture, that this is not only responsible, but there is good news at the end of the day in terms of bringing things up to speed. It's just going to take a few years.
Follow.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just kind of further to that point, you had referenced the potential of developing a policy that would look into this on a 3 to 5 year time frame. I'm not going to speak for the entire council, but that's something that I could certainly get behind, and I would absolutely support wholeheartedly.
I would suggest that whoever moves the recommendation can just tack it on to the end of that recommendation at the time if they're willing to do that. Councillor Bryant and then Councillor Burgess.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I don't know if you have the answer to this or not, but what municipalities were we compared to in that study? Just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, so we actually went about the process different than what some other municipalities might do in terms of direct comparison with specific municipalities. And the reason being is because we're also trying to be cost effective in the approach. One of the things we learned with the help of our market study consultant was there's a lot of good municipal sector data that exists now in two specific sources where municipalities participate on a regular basis and feed data into that. What the market consultant was able to do is to make sure that we were picking good comparators out of the broader, and we weren't, picking GTA type municipalities, so that we could align the whole trends analysis. But I can tell you, while I don't have the number, and I'm not sure, I don't want to put Mr. Smith on the spot. My recollection is, in doing a pay equity and market study the way we did it, I think it cost in around the $20,000 mark. If you were to do job to job comparison using specific municipalities, it would have cost more in the neighborhood of $40,000 to $50,000. And we didn't think that that was responsible. But, I can assure you that the data that was used based on this aggregate approach, was comparable municipalities.
Mr. Smith.
Sorry, wrong button. I did actually have that information for you, Council. So we participated in 2 municipal studies, one that included 43 participating municipalities and one that included 26. And as Mr. Brenneman said, from those we did remove some larger municipalities, GTA municipalities that we thought weren't comparable. And then in addition to those studies, we did do one local municipality that was nearby, just because we wanted that comparator to be included as well.
Okay. Councillor Burgess, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mayor Shawns. You kind of answered my question there. I just want a clarification. Again, in the study, we weren't looking to be the #1 paid township or anything like that. We were just want to be competitive and be similar to local size municipalities.
No, thanks for that question, Councillor Burgess, because, I think it is important to speak to the fact that, yes, the Township of Woolwich has never looked to be at the 75th percentile, nor have we looked to be at the 25th percentile. We've looked to be at the 50th percentile. And so in the middle of the pack, so to speak.
Anyone else? Councillor Schwindt.
Sure. Just comments, I guess. It's good to have knowledge when we do reports like this and make changes, because HR is always a difficult conversation for any organization to have. So I applaud staff for bringing this forward in a responsible manner. I just want to point out that in today's environment, HR is getting to be a bigger and bigger problem. I'm having this conversation at this council meeting, but also at every other board I sit on. That how do we make the culture, the pay, and the challenge of the job fit employees? So I applaud staff and everybody who's been here before me in terms of bringing the culture of this organization to where it is. I think that's been a big win for us. I'm also pleased to hear staff talk about promoting internally. I think that's a great way to build loyalty and give opportunity to people who want to learn and do good things. And I would encourage staff to do that wherever possible, even if it means bending things on education. There's ways to teach and train people. And I think we're doing a good job of that.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Schwint, it reminds me that, certainly for council's benefit, I want to stress the fact that we certainly believe in internal promotion, and also we believe on bringing on junior staff. We have enough senior experience in the organization where we've developed a mentoring program where there's regular touch points to bring staff on, to a certain level. Again, here, it's just about striking that balance. We don't want to, we don't have enough time, to be able to mentor, say, everybody in corporate services. But ultimately, I think what we hope the implementation of these studies will help us do is to be able to bring on those junior staff at the right time, at the good opportunity, where they not only have enough education and experience, to hit the ground running, but we also would develop a mentoring program, and help them be successful. Because certainly if we invest the time and effort, and we demonstrate to staff that we're serious about the mentoring program, then we're demonstrating, again, from a culture perspective, hopefully this is somewhere where people will stay for a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I guess the one thing I should have mentioned, because we are in budget, Richard, could you just speak to the fact of what our recommendation would be relative to the budget in terms of recognizing the discussions tonight, what we've discussed in terms of looking at how we could ask for direction from council in terms of how we would approach funding this in the first year, please?
Absolutely. So through you, Madam Mayor, given the amounts, and they're kind of small in nature for 2023, staff were taking the approach that it would be accommodated within the existing budget provisions that council would approve. So within the draft budgets that you would have seen tonight, and we would have been deliberating over the last 2 weeks, staff would be looking for avenues with which we can find some, I would call it some small efficiencies to be able to accommodate this. There's already, some that are at play right now. We do have a couple of positions, between when somebody left to when somebody actually came on board, that there's already been some, even at this early stage, there's already been some created efficiencies that we're going to be able to tap into and be able to contain it. It's a holistic approach. It's not going to be something that is very specific to each department, meaning each department, it may not necessarily contain the small increases that we're going to see in 2023, but from a total budget perspective, it will be accommodated.
And just to stress and emphasize that, Madam Mayor, there are always examples throughout the year of where people move on. And I'm sure you can appreciate this. Based on the amount of time it takes to post the job, do first and round interviews, then people make the decision, they provide appropriate notice. There's always a gap. There's always a gap. And based on the size of what we feel like for this year, I mean, next year's a different scenario, but we don't think there needs to be any discussion around adding to the budget. I also should note, I hope council can appreciate, we weren't presumptuous by adding it to the budget. And that's why we're talking about this unique approach, albeit I think it's still a responsible approach from a budgeting standpoint.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Councillor Grant.
Oh, no, sorry, through you, Mayor Shawns. I was just gonna put forth the motion to accept the report and then tack on that amendment of doing a market and pay equity study every kind of 4 years.
Okay, did
Second.
Mr. Smith, does that, you've got some wording there. I think she summarized
Yeah.
it fairly well, though. Okay, very good. Is there a seconder, Councillor Cadeau? Further discussion, Councillor Schwint?
Just point of clarification, will the review automatically happen every 4 years, or will it come before council for a decision on what the appropriate next step is for that review? That's an important distinction for me.
I'll ask Councillor Grant what her intent was since she made the motion.
I would be happy with to like initiate the report, and then maybe in the subsequent year the council make a decision similar to what happened with us, where the report was generated, but it would be the decision of the next council, whoever that may be, to actually implement those changes.
That was our intent.
Can you make sure that's clear in the wording? Thank you. Councillor Schwint.
So I would be concerned with that, because in this process, I think the previous council had a discussion in summer, fall, I'm not sure when, to figure out what the parameters are and how to best go forward. And I think it's prudent for future councils to have that quick conversation about what direction staff are going to go on the report, and maybe a check the box conversation that may be important at the time. But I'd hate to see a report get generated without any input from council ahead of time.
Is that your intent, Councillor Grant, with the motion then? That it would, I think if I understand correctly, it would come to say this council in our 4th year to provide nuances to how we want the study done. And then we would give approval to go ahead with the study, and then the future council would implement it.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to the rest of the council, I think that would make sense, as the council in current term would have the context for that. So I think that would be to the benefit.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Cadeau.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to council. I'm willing to push this a little bit further and say, let's embed this right in policy. Let's make that decision here. Let's say that this is important that we do on a regular basis, and it's prudent, and it's going to ensure the best staff make it to Woolwich and stay in Woolwich, and we rely on the staff for our information. So it's an investment in doing our jobs well. I think that this is needed, and I would be happy to motion that we, embed this right within policy, so that the council doesn't have to make political decisions around this in the future, that it's something that is just there. And yeah, that might handcuff future councils, but I truly think it's the right thing to do if we want to retain and hire the best staff here in Woolwich.
How would that wording change, Mr. Smith?
Oh, sorry, my video. 1 second. There we go. Through you, Madam Mayor. What I'm thinking is, at this point, you're directing staff to bring back a policy that council would still approve the policy that we would work under for this. If you can give us any direction in terms of what you would like to see in that policy, is the study initiated by council, or is the study sort of a routine? Council gives the authority with the creation of that policy. That will help our senior management team and our HR staff bring back what you're expecting.
Councillor Cadeau.
I'll provide my comments on that. I think that we could put forth a policy that looks at something every 5 years as a time frame. I think that this is something that staff could certainly take the lead on. I don't know that we need council directing them how to go about completing a market analysis study. I think that there are well-established vendors out there in the community that we can leverage, and I think that's what we've done. So I don't know that we need to kind of overburden the process. I don't know if that's enough direction, and I don't even know if it's going to get support at the council table, but that's my suggestion.
Councillor Grant, again, the motion is yours. So I will let you comment on Councillor Cadeau's comments first, and then I'll go to Councillor Burgess.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'd kind of like to hear Councillor Burgess opinion first before I maybe make amendments, or
Okay,
that's
fair.
if it's allowed.
Councillor Burgess, we'll
Thank
go
you.
in circles, we're good at that.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Shantz, the council. Although I agree with the original motion, I'd be hesitant. Just, I don't know exactly what it would look like putting it directly in policy, but we just don't know the economic situation or what's going to happen in the future. And I don't want to tie other council's hands and whatnot. So I think we move ahead with it as it was. But again, I don't know exactly the ins and outs of what Councillor Cadeau is suggesting and how that would affect things, but I don't think it should be set in stone per se.
Councillor Cadeau.
To that point, I think that it's an important distinction that you're making. You know, when we're really looking at this, is it something that's I don't know that we would handcuff it in the way that is suggested. And I have a thought here, and I promise you it is coming. Surely. No, I lost it. It'll come back, I promise.
Mr. Brenneman found it.
So there was a reason I said, just let me bring back a pay administration policy and then you can debate it at that time. The reason being, you know, I think while you're debating and discussing tonight, you know, the timing and what the policy might look like, I was suggesting if you're supportive in principle of the motion of doing something like we did this past time, where you do the study in year 4 of the council term, but the new council, to be clear, our intent as senior management was it still has to be subject to council debate and discussion as part of it, just like you're doing now, the budget. It's in council's hands. The best practice is just that you do a study every 4 years. Whether it gets implemented is still always in council's hands.
I'll just clarify that you answered the question that I couldn't remember. You know, we go through this process. It's not to say that it's a done deal, right? This is a suggestion from that is going to make its way to council to make an ultimate decision. It's just a matter of whether or not we're doing the study for 17 years or if we're going to do it on a more consistent basis, which I think is well, I know it's best practice, but it's also the right thing to do.
Councillor Schwinn.
I'm all for putting in policy. It happens every 4 or 5 years, pick the number, but to not have council have any input on what that study is going to look like or the parameters before it's being done. That's part of our job as oversight, is understanding the staffing, pay, equity, and pay levels of the township. So to not have any parameters or discussion ahead of the study doesn't sit well with me.
So how about we provide a policy that says that every 4 years staff will bring do a pay, not a pay equity and market study. Sorry, it's getting late.
Yep.
A pay equity and market study every 4 years. So that's embedded in policy, and further that they consult with council on the parameters of the study in any given year, something like that.
I would be happy with that. I think that gives the oversight that Councillor Schwinn was looking for, and I think that kind of embodies the role of council of that oversight. So I would be in support of that.
Okay. I don't see any more hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Great work, staff and council. It's been a long night, but we're not done yet. So we need to meet in closed session. I think it's fairly brief. Yes. And so we need to pass the following resolution that the Council of the Township of Woolwich convenes in closed session on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, immediately following the budget meeting in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purposes of considering the following: a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. A personnel matter. They tell me that noise is because I've got papers close, but okay. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Schwint and Councillor Grant, all those in favor. That is carried. Thank you again to everyone who tuned in this evening and stayed this long. Council, excuse me, remind you to stay connected while Alex prepares the breakout room for closed session after stopping the live stream. Good night, all.